Chapter 907. It was said that there was no real friendship between the followers of the evil gods, but the grade 5 bishops in the basilica all felt sympathy for each other. After thousands of years, the grade 5 bishops of the gods' dusk competed with each other and supported each other. Otherwise, they would not have been able to survive under the suppression of the shrines. In a short period of time, 4 grade 5 bishops had fallen, and none of the grade 5 bishops would gloat. Their first concern was how to resist the pressure from the shrines in the future after the gods' dusk strength had been greatly reduced. Thank you to White Hot for the tip of 100 cheating coins. I wonder if it was Lord Arthur who did it. Bishop Kingsley asked, as if he was talking to himself. Bishop Kingsley had his own reasons for saying so. There were only a limited number of people in the entire great world of God who could kill Bishop Bunyan. The high priests of the 5 shrines would not leave their shrines, and the only one who could threaten Bishop Bunyan was Lord Arthur. Bishop Kingsley judged Lord Arthur's strength based on the fact that Lord Arthur had killed Bishop Cameron. Bishop Cameron had a divine weapon and was the most famous grade 5 bishop in the great world of God, but he had died at the hands of Lord Arthur. How could Lord Arthur have such strength? Looking at the state of the statue, it was not only Bunyan and Mons Salat who were killed, but that person must have also suffered losses. Bishop Aldous said doubtfully. The cracks on the statue of death were definitely not caused by the deaths of Bishop Bunyan and Bishop Mons Salat. It could only be caused by the damage to the important things left behind by death in the world. Anything left behind by death in the world was not easy to deal with, even for a grade 5 powerhouse. Whether it was Lord Arthur or not, should we continue our operation against Lord Arthur? Bishop Jeffers looked at the grade 5 bishops in the basilica and asked in a deep voice. Bishop Jeffers' question caused the entire hall to fall silent. This time, he had gathered all the grade 5 bishops to return to kill Overlord Arthur. However, if the deaths of Bishop Bunyan and Bishop Mons Salat were caused by Lord Arthur, then the cracks on the statue of death were also related to Lord Arthur. In other words, Lord Arthur could harm something important to the god of death in the world, and the most likely thing to be the god of death's incarnation. Although the believers of the god of death did not reveal anything about the god of death's incarnation, they had more or less heard some rumors after being together for so many years. Once the Grim Reaper's avatar was used, it would definitely have a god-tier attack power. At the very least, all existences that were not gods would not be able to withstand it. Of course, using the Grim Reaper's avatar came with a hefty price. Every time the avatar attacked, it would exhaust the avatar's godly power. Eventually, the avatar would run out of energy, and its godly will would return to the Grim Reaper's body. Since there were cracks on the Death God statue, it meant that the Death God's incarnation had been destroyed. This was what the level 5 bishop was most worried about. Let's wait for a while and make a decision after the analysis of the intelligence. Bishop Kingsley said in a deep voice. No grade 5 bishop would be willing to deal with an opponent who might have a god's incarnation. As long as there was such a possibility, they would definitely stay as far away as possible. Grade 5 bishops were extremely afraid of death. Otherwise, they would not have extended their lives by any means. David did not know that his killing of Bishop Bunyan and Bishop Mons Salat had delayed or even canceled the plans of the other grade 5 bishops to deal with him. He was currently in a secret room in the belly of Gammy Star Mountain, looking at the dimensional fragment floating above the magic circle. Alexis, can this dimensional anchor rock really store dimensional fragments? David asked before he was ready to act. Sir Arthur, you should be able to find the dimensional anchors of the dimensional anchor rock if you use your spiritual sense. Normally, there are at least 2 dimensional anchors in a dimensional anchor rock, and each dimensional anchor can fix a dimensional fragment. Black Dragon Alexis explained patiently. David nodded. His spiritual sense entered the dimensional anchor rock. He found 4 light spots in the dimensional anchor rock. One of the light spots was especially bright, while the other 3 were slightly dimmer. He shared his spiritual sense with Black Dragon Alexis, hoping to hear the opinion of the Black Dragon Alexis. This dimensional anchor rock has 4 dimensional anchors. Black Dragon Alexis exclaimed. In fact, the god of death did not intend to let others use the dimensional anchor rock. This kind of inherited artifact was related to the cultivation of the god of death's followers. The god of death did not care about the cost of the artifact. Dimensional anchor rocks were too rare. The god of death was lucky enough to get his hands on one. There was no other choice. David focused his spiritual sense on one of the 3 dim light spots. He felt that his spiritual sense had established a connection with the light spot. He only needed to connect his spiritual sense to the dimensional fragment to fix it. He connected his spiritual sense to the dimensional fragment in front of him and guided his spiritual sense together. The surface of the dimensional fragment darkened slightly. Instead, the dimensional anchor shone brightly. The massive dimensional fragment was pulled into the small dimensional anchor rock. "It's done," David said as he sensed the dimensional fragment in the dimensional anchor rock. The operation of the artifact is not complicated. The complicated processes were all fixed inside the artifact when it was made. Black Dragon Alexis explained. "I see." David also understood that it was not easy to move the dimensional fragment. He could do it so easily because of the artifact. David found the option to enter a certain space on the dimensional anchor rock. As long as he entered the dimensional anchor rock, the dimensional anchor rock would automatically hide itself through the spatial energy. David could not wait to test the effect. Of course, he also wanted to find a safe environment to check out his gains this time. His spirit chose the space that he named Training Space. He and Alexis, the black dragon on his shoulder, disappeared from the spot. At the same time, the divine artifact space card that was hovering in the air after he disappeared also disappeared. David could sense that the divine artifact space card was in the origin world. Now that the divine artifact space card had entered the spatial layer, it was wrapped in spatial energy. Even if he could find the divine artifact space card, it would take some time to break through this spatial energy. The time was enough for him to come out of the dimensional anchor rock and destroy the enemy. Ever since he got the dimensional fragment, David had been worried about its safety. This was also why he was always worried about Planet Gammy. He was always worried that someone would steal the dimensional fragment when he was not around. Even though he had built a complete Interstellar Federation security system on Gammy Star for the safety of the space fragment and placed the space fragment in a secret room hidden in the mountains, these methods were not as convenient as the artifact space card. He could carry the space fragment with him. David entered the dimensional fragment with his spiritual sense and checked the body of Bishop Bunyan. With just a glance, he knew that this body was not worth resurrecting. This body was similar to the body of Bishop Cameron. They both had the imprint of their respective gods. Most of the body tissues of Bishop Bunyan were fused with the power of death. The power of death could only be obtained by believing in the god of death. David did not dare to try using the immortal life force, because the effect of the immortal life force on Bishop Bunyan's body was very likely to directly destroy it. It seems that this body is still going to be given to the shrines. David thought to himself. After giving Bishop Cameron's body to the shrines last time, he understood the importance of a level 5 bishop's body to the shrines. Even the 2 archbishops owed David a favor because of Bishop Cameron's body. David transferred his spiritual sense to the body of Bishop Mon Salate. The body of Bishop Mon Salate did not have many imprints of the god of death. At most, it was because he had been cultivating the power of death for a long time, so his body was contaminated with the power of death. David needed to decide if it was worth it to resurrect Bishop Mon Salate, because once he resurrected Bishop Mon Salate, he would not be able to use his power of death. The only ability he could use would be his pure power of the will. After thinking about it, David gave up on the idea of resurrecting Bishop Mon Salate. There is not much use in having a level 5 power of the will without much help. Anyway, Bishop Mon Salate's body could be left here and resurrected at any time in the future. David then took out the spatial items of the 2 level 5 bishops. After entering them with his spiritual sense, he only found some cultivation resources for level 5 power of the will and a divine book for each of them. He transferred the resources into his spatial pendant, then took out the 2 divine books and held them in his hands. The two divine books were the same, which made David a little disappointed. However, no matter what, it could still increase his total number of holy prose. He was prepared to let the AI scan the divine books and analyze them to create new holy prose. "Alexis, how much do you know about holy prose?" David asked hopefully as he suddenly thought of the black dragon Alexis beside him. This was an existence from ancient times. Holy prose is not as powerful as draconic. You don't need to study it. With your black dragon bloodline, you'll be able to unleash the power of draconic as long as you pass the infant black dragon stage. Black dragon Alexis said with disdain. David couldn't help but roll his eyes. Black dragon Alexis' words could be understood as meaning that the black dragon Alexis had never learned holy prose. Putting aside whether holy prose or draconic was more powerful, David could use holy prose right now, but draconic would take a long time before he could use it. David's cultivation speed was extremely fast because he had a lot of opportunities. However, he was not confident that he could quickly break through the infant black dragon stage. According to Black Dragon Alexis, although the infant black dragon stage did not have a fixed time span in the history of the black dragon, it had never been less than 100 years. And that was a pure infant black dragon. David's infant black dragon body was naturally weaker than a real black dragon. Although he was also strengthened by the black dragon bloodline, the final effect was not clear. At least during the era of the dragons, there had never been a human with pure dragon bloodline. Without the consent of the dragons, this kind of pure dragon bloodline would not appear in a human's body. During the era of the dragons, some dragons were very chaotic and left behind many chaotic descendants. However, even if they were sub-dragons, their dragon bloodline was still very different from a pure dragon bloodline. Dragon bloodline was inherited through inheritance. As long as one of the parents was not a dragon, then the dragon bloodline would not be pure. Therefore, in David's situation, even the black dragon Alexis could not be sure what David's future achievements would be. David put away the two space items. The remaining items in the space items were very evil, similar to the items in Bishop Cameron's space item. David also planned to gather all the items in the two space items into one space item and send it out together with the corpse of Bishop Bunyan. David's mind moved, and the shadow attendant flew over. David was a little excited as he pressed his hand on the shadow attendant's shoulder. Previously, when he studied the two corpses and checked the space items, it was all to calm his mind so that he could better accept the biggest game this time. The soul energy that David obtained this time was the most he had ever obtained. Even in the small world of Gladstone, the god of plagues, absorbing the soul energy of the 100 god servants was not as good as this time's harvest. The god of death was considered an expert in manipulating souls. The god of death had stored 500 million heretical god believers into the space in the artifact space card. That space was now named the Death Dimension by David. 500 million heretical god believers were turned into undead skeletal puppets in the Death Dimension, and the souls of the undead skeletal puppets were slowly strengthened in the environment of the Death Dimension. After 10,000 years, the 500 million heretical god believers turned into undead skeletal puppets only reached the strength of level 3 or level 4. However, this was only due to the limitations of the skeletons themselves. The total amount of souls of many skeletal puppets far exceeded their own level. Coupled with the huge number of souls of 500 million, David estimated that even if he slaughtered dozens of planets, he would not be able to obtain so much soul energy. Most importantly, there were two skeletal dragons in the Death Dimension. The souls of the skeletal dragons were of the dragon level. The combat power of a dragon was similar to that of a god, so one could imagine the level of soul energy of the skeletal dragons. If David did not have the black dragon Alexis, how could he obtain the soul energy of the two skeletal dragons? Not to mention soul energy, it would not be easy for him to even survive the attacks of two skeletal dragons. David glanced at the black dragon Alexis on his shoulder, and the gratitude in his heart did not come out of his mouth. The black dragon Alexis could sense David's thoughts and gently moved its body. However, this extremely powerful creature's movements were like a kitten's, which made David laugh involuntarily. David used his mind to check the body of the shadow attendant. He saw an ocean of mind energy, which reflected the light of the knowledge ball. Chapter 908. Shadow Attendant. Channel the soul energy into my body, David ordered in his mind. Because the soul energy was too large, David didn't dare to take it lightly. He needed to be in his best state to absorb the soul energy. David's best state was naturally the state he was in when he was cultivating the illusion technique. So he let the shadow attendant do the channeling of soul energy, and he focused on practicing the illusion. David activated the illusion pattern, and the world he constructed in his soul space began to operate again. The still indigenous people started working, as if the world of the Interstellar Federation started operating. At this time, soul energy fell from the sky of the soul space. It was a rain of soul energy. In the small world of the soul space, the area controlled by David expanded crazily. The indigenous people had been limited to a limited area before, and the sudden expansion of the area was like an explosion of their previous accumulation. The indigenous people drove all kinds of machines to reclaim the new land and plant it. The population, which was originally limited, also exploded in a short period of time, and the number of indigenous people swelled crazily. The small world in David's soul space was originally the small world of the god of play Gladstone. This was a real small world of gods, and it had its own independent rules. It was like a real world. However, because of the fall of the god of play Gladstone, the small world fell into David's soul space. Without the support of the god of play Gladstone, the small world could only barely survive by relying on David's mind. It could only be slowly activated by David's strong mind. David didn't understand the situation in his soul space. Even if he told the black dragon Alexis, it wouldn't be able to explain it. In order to build a small world, the resources needed by gods were extremely terrifying. Many of the resources could only be obtained by gods. As for the small world of gods, once a god died, the small world would also collapse, and it would be very difficult to survive. David's situation was too special. He didn't know if it was the battle angel crystal or the bald man's god crystal that had the knowledge of small worlds, but the small world was captured in David's soul space. To him, this was both a huge benefit and a huge problem. If David hadn't obtained a small world in his soul space, his spirit would have advanced a long time ago. He wouldn't have been stuck here. It should be noted that David had absorbed more than 100 level 5 soul energies, including the soul energy of a level 5 bishop. Based on the total amount of soul energies, if David's spirit and soul didn't improve, his soul space would explode. Without the enormous amount of soul energy he had gained this time, David would have needed at least 20 years of hard training in the illusion magic before he could control the small world in his soul space. This was David's illusion spell, which had long surpassed the imagination of the god who created it. Otherwise, this time would have been pushed back infinitely. At this time, in David's spiritual space, the rain continued to fall, and the small world he could control was constantly expanding. David could only feel that his soul was getting stronger and stronger. He was addicted to this feeling of rapid improvement. It was the feeling of increasing one's life level, and it was intoxicating. He didn't know how long it had been, but he had long lost the concept of time. It might have been a second or 10,000 years, but he could feel the complete soul space. The rain of soul energy had stopped, and David had woken up. The soul space and the small world had completely merged into one. The inside of the soul space was the small world, and there was no small world that couldn't be controlled. David didn't know how strong his soul was, but his soul space was a world with rules. Of course, he couldn't control the rules of this world. The rules of this world were still operating according to the rules set by the plague god, Gladstone. Fortunately, the rules set by the plague god, Gladstone, were based on the rules of the main world. Although there were some changes to the poison, David, who had the plague talent ability, had already taken back the poison in the small world into the plague pattern. David's mind wandered in the soul space. He was not used to the vast world. Before, when the controllable area of the soul space was very small, he could see everything with just a thought. Now, although he could move his mind in the soul space and go wherever he wanted, he had lost the ability to wrap his mind around the entire soul space. David got the small world of a god. Now, the small world had recovered, but his strength hadn't reached the level of a god. He still couldn't completely control the small world. With such a great benefit, there was a corresponding flaw. The soul space was so big that he couldn't sense it at the same time, but this flaw was nothing. As long as he continued to practice, one day he would be able to control the soul space with just a thought. When David, who was perceiving the situation inside the soul space, returned his mind to the soul fortress in the center, he saw a scene that surprised him. The simulated world of the Interstellar Federation that he built through the illusion was still running. 100 engineering soldiers in exoskeleton armor were still there, and the indigenous people were still working. However, David knew very well that he had ended the practice of the illusion. At this time, he didn't use the illusion. It seemed that the huge amount of soul energy just poured and made the practice of the illusion get out of his control and automatically run. David moved his mind and found that he could still control everything. Whether it was the indigenous people, the engineering soldiers, or all kinds of machinery, buildings, and plants, he could destroy them at will. However, when David tried to create a tree, he found that something was wrong. The tree he created was the same as the tree planted by the indigenous people, but the tree he created was only the appearance of a tree. There was no plant life inside. It was just a similarity in form. The various plants planted by the indigenous people had a strange vitality that resonated with the rules of the entire soul space world. David didn't know what happened. Fortunately, although the change was strange, it didn't harm him. He faintly felt that it seemed to be greatly beneficial to him. David opened his eyes and saw Black Dragon Alexis looking at him curiously. "Alexis, how long have I been practicing?" David asked Black Dragon Alexis. His sense of time had always been accurate. This was related to his powerful mind. However, there was a special situation when he was practicing. During this period of time, his sense of time seemed to have disappeared. David wanted to know the time. In fact, as long as he left the training space, he could use the AI system to give him the accurate time. However, there's a more convenient way, so naturally, it didn't need to be so troublesome. "Master Arthur, you have been practicing for 3 days." Black Dragon Alexis's voice had a strange and puzzled tone. David felt that there was something different about himself. He moved his body, but there was no change in his strength and speed. When he released his mind, he finally understood that he was different. David's mind gushed out like a tide. He didn't want to use any power, but the power that gushed out of his mind pushed the sand and stones on the ground into the air and flew in all directions with him as the center. He hurriedly restrained his mind. He knew that his mind had grown too quickly, and he had lost control of his mind. David released his mind again. This time, he was more careful. When he released his mind, he only blew the sand and stones on the ground slightly. He didn't cause the sand and stones to fly like before. His spirit easily passed through a distance of 1,000 meters, then 10,000 meters, 20,000 meters, 30,000 meters, and only stopped when he reached 80,000 meters. David even felt that 80 kilometers wasn't his limit. It was just that there was a problem with his mind control. He couldn't control his mind perfectly, causing a large amount of his mind to be wasted when he used it. "Alexis, what's wrong with me?" David asked Black Dragon Alexis again, as he had the best teacher by his side. "You have become a legendary." Black Dragon Alexis didn't know how to explain, so he just said calmly. David was stunned. He had become a legendary? He had only heard about the concept of a legendary from Black Dragon Alexis a few days ago. However, he had never thought that he would become a legendary in just 3 days. "My strength and speed haven't changed. How did I become a legendary?" David asked. It wasn't that he didn't believe Black Dragon Alexis's words. It was just that this was too bizarre for him to understand. The biggest change in a legendary is the soul. Your soul has broken through level 5 and has its own rules. Black Dragon Alexis explained helplessly. Black Dragon Alexis had said before that David had become a young Black Dragon because of his Black Dragon bloodline. In Black Dragon Alexis's opinion, David's future path was to cultivate like a Black Dragon, slowly strengthen his body, and pass through the young Black Dragon period. However, David's body was still in the realm of a young Black Dragon, but his soul had reached the legendary rank. Black dragons weren't known for their souls. A Black Dragon's soul had a strong defense, but this was a natural ability of a Black Dragon. The Black Dragon was like the knight of the great world of God among the dragons. They had strong close combat abilities and defense. In contrast, the Spirit Master had a special talent that could be used through a strong spirit. David had only cultivated for 3 days, and his soul had advanced to the legendary rank. How could Black Dragon Alexis not be surprised? There seems to be rules in my soul space, but I can't control them, David said after sensing it. If you can control the rules, you will be a demigod. However, I still hope that you don't give up on the cultivation of the Black Dragon slumber. The strength and defense of a Black Dragon are more useful to you. There are too many restrictions on the path to becoming a god, Black Dragon Alexis reminded. David heard another realm, demigod. He didn't ask Black Dragon Alexis because he could guess what kind of realm it was just by hearing the name. Black Dragon Alexis said that the legendary rank was the foundation of the gods, and the demigod should be the beginning of the gods. David certainly wouldn't give up on the cultivation of the Black Dragon slumber. He was more concerned about the improvement of his body. I won't give up on the cultivation of the Black Dragon slumber. What good will it do to my strength if my soul reaches the legendary rank? This was related to his cultivation. Ever since he started training with Kaji in the Interstellar Federation, he had been constantly honing his body. Until David came to the great world of God and started training as a knight, it was also a strengthening of his body. The strength of his soul was a byproduct of the strengthening of his body. Because of the strength of his body, he could obtain more soul energy after killing enemies, passively strengthening his soul. Regardless of the benefits of his soul reaching the legendary rank, his strength and speed didn't increase, so he didn't feel anything special about the legendary rank. Black Dragon Alexis thought for a moment and replied, "The power of your mind should be able to reach the 5th rank." David's eyes lit up. The power of his mind reaching the 5th rank meant that he didn't even need to move his hands. He could make a 5th rank attack with just a thought. With his mind's range of 80 kilometers, he could make a 5th rank attack at any time within that range. No wonder Black Dragon Alexis especially reminded David not to forget about the cultivation of the Black Dragon slumber. With the convenience of mind attacks, David might really be able to make use of the more convenient mind. David's mind turned into a fist not far away and launched an attack. When this punch was launched, he confirmed that it was at least a 5th ranked Temple Knight's power. He believed that as long as he had perfect control of his mind, this power could still be improved. It might even reach the 5th ranked Temple Knight's power. Just as David launched this attack, he thought of something important. His expression changed, and he hurriedly wanted to withdraw his attack, but it had already been launched. After a few seconds, he didn't find anything abnormal. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief. "I thought that the attack just now would break this space," David said, shaking his head. According to the tolerance of the space fragments in the past, David's attack just now might have caused some damage to the space fragment. This was the lightest damage. If it was more serious, it might have completely destroyed the space fragment. Black Dragon Alexis said with a smile, "This space fragment has been solidified by the space anchor stone. A 5th rank attack won't affect it." David laughed. He had forgotten about this. He thought of the space within the death space. Even the battle between the Black Dragon Alexis, the 2 bone dragons, and the incarnation of death didn't cause the space to collapse. How could his little bit of power cause any damage? Without any worries about the cultivation space, David continued to practice the control of his mind repeatedly. He also had a clear idea of his future path. There were 2 paths that were easy to choose. One was the path to becoming a god, which he had already started when he became a legend. The other was the cultivation of the Black Dragon. This path was led by the Black Dragon Alexis, which was the safest and most promising. The path to becoming a god was full of unknowns, and there was no corresponding cultivation method. David naturally chose the cultivation method of the Black Dragon. Chapter 909. David had never thought that he had the ability to casually launch a level 5 attack within an 80-kilometer radius. This was simply unimaginable. This attack ability of his made it almost impossible for a mid-level level 5 knight to escape from him. Even a high-level level 5 knight would be delayed by his mental attack, even if they could resist it. His main body could kill them. However, it was understandable when he thought of the fact that this was a legendary rank attack. Thinking about the Interstellar Federation, which long-range attack weapon didn't have an attack range of more than 80 kilometers. After practicing his mental attack many times, David remembered that there were other gains. He once again summoned the Shadow Attendant and pressed his hand on the Shadow Attendant's shoulder. Shadow Attendant, list out the knowledge balls I've obtained this time. David ordered in his mind. It seemed that he had given the wrong order. Countless knowledge balls appeared in front of his eyes. The number of knowledge balls here was far beyond his expectations. David's mind swept through the knowledge balls. There were tens of millions of knowledge balls here. Only then did he realize that the souls of the undead skeletal puppets also had the corresponding knowledge and memory. However, the undead skeletal puppets' intelligence was extremely weak, and this part of the knowledge and memory could not be activated on their own. They would only be activated at certain times. He roughly looked through the knowledge balls. From these knowledge balls, he could see that the professions of the 500 million undead skeletal puppets were very complicated. The number of knowledge balls was huge, but they were useless to David. With a thought, he only kept the knowledge balls left behind by the 2 level 5 bishops, the 2 bone dragons, and the Grim Reaper's incarnation. The knowledge balls that David paid attention to quickly decreased until there were only 5 left. His mind focused on the first one. This knowledge ball was very low level. He hadn't seen an intra-level knowledge ball in a long time. If this intra-level knowledge ball hadn't come from a level 5 powerhouse, David probably wouldn't have even looked at it. David was very curious. What kind of intra-level knowledge could make the Shadow Attendant keep it? He did not believe that the beginner-level knowledge was the highest level among all the knowledge that a level 5 bishop possessed. Divine Rune, 20% beginner. When he saw this name, David was very surprised. What were divine runes? The godly pattern was a kind of alchemy pattern controlled by the gods. The level of the godly pattern was higher than that of the alchemy pattern, and its effect was incomparable. It was no wonder that the Shadow Attendant had chosen the divine rune, 20% beginner, knowledge ball. Even though this knowledge was only at the beginner level, it was still knowledge that only gods should know. The sacred rune, 20% beginner, knowledge ball was provided by the level 5 bishop of Montserrat. This level 5 bishop was very special. Because he had been stuck at the pinnacle of level 4 for a long time, he used a lot of time to study ancient sacred runes. Plus, he had the ability of a grandmaster alchemist, so his research on sacred runes had yielded some results. David's mind moved, and the sacred rune, 20% beginner, knowledge ball floated into his soul space. He thought that he would enter the illusion and go through the process of learning the sacred runes from the level 5 bishop of Montserrat. Unexpectedly, he did not enter the illusion like he did in the past. Instead, he only received fragments of memories from the sacred rune, 20% beginner, knowledge ball. These memories were accepted by David and became his knowledge reserve. The whole process was very fast. In just a second, he had the relevant knowledge of the sacred runes in his mind. Of course, only 20% of the beginner-level knowledge of the sacred runes could not let him draw the sacred runes. The reason why the level 5 bishop of Montserrat only had 20% of the beginner-level knowledge of the sacred runes was because drawing the sacred runes required the power of the gods. However, after David mastered the knowledge of the sacred runes, he had a certain understanding of the sacred runes. At least, he knew the use of most of the sacred runes. The reason why David did not enter the illusion was that his soul had reached the legendary level, and the knowledge ball could no longer pull him into the illusion. David paid attention to the level 5 bishop of Bunyan's knowledge ball. This time, it was a gifted knowledge ball. Previously, the level 5 bishop of Salat's knowledge ball did not have a gifted knowledge ball, which surprised David a little. One had to know that all the level 5 bishops that David had killed, except for Bishop Salat, had gifted knowledge balls. This was also related to the uniqueness of the level 5 bishop of Salat. He did not rely on his own training to become a level 5 bishop. Instead, he relied on the gift of the god of death. The knowledge ball provided by the level 5 bishop of Bunyan's soul was called the Dark Altar talent. Seeing this name, David had a bad feeling. Sure enough, after seeing the description of the Dark Altar talent, he also gave up on the idea of fusing this talent. The Dark Altar talent was a special spiritual talent that could strengthen the effect of the altar. This talent was especially effective when the level 5 bishop of Bunyan was weak. One had to know that the god of death in his slumber would only pay attention to the affairs of the believers for a period of time. With the number of believers of the god of death, many believers might not even be noticed by the god of death in their lifetime. On the other hand, Bishop Bunyan's Dark Altar talent allowed him to set up altars that would attract the attention of the Grim Reaper more easily. This was also one of the reasons why Bishop Bunyan stood out from the countless believers of the god of death. Of course, his spiritual talent was also extremely powerful, which allowed him to become a level 5 bishop. Unfortunately, David would not believe in any god, so this talent was wasted in his hands. To be honest, the knowledge balls provided by the 2 level 5 bishops disappointed David. The knowledge of the sacred runes was still somewhat useful, but the Dark Altar was completely useless. Shaking his head, David focused his mind on the knowledge ball left behind by the god of death's incarnation. He did not expect the god of death's incarnation to leave behind a knowledge ball in the end. Every time he thought of the knowledge ball he obtained from the divine war with the god of plague, Gladstone, which allowed him to obtain the 2 super level 5 spiritual talents, plague and hypnosis, he was full of expectations for the more powerful knowledge ball left behind by the god of death's incarnation. Mortal Strike requires divine power. When he saw the Mortal Strike, David's heart could not help but beat faster. He had endured the attack of the Mortal Strike before. If he had not been lucky enough, the Mortal Strike would have killed him directly, and even the Black Dragon Alexis would not have been able to protect him. But after seeing the divine power required after the Mortal Strike, his hope turned into disappointment. What was divine power? It was a power that only the gods could possess. Although the Black Dragon Alexis was comparable to the gods in terms of strength, the Black Dragon Alexis did not have divine power. The power of a dragon was different from the power of a god. With great difficulty, David shifted his attention away from the Mortal Strike, requires divine power, knowledge orb, and shifted his attention to another knowledge orb provided by the skeletal dragon beside him. Dragon Roar talent, knowledge ball. This talent ability did not have a special description, which meant that David could absorb and integrate it. Dragon Roar was a sound wave attack ability of the dragon. While improving itself, it could also attack the enemy. Especially when combined with Draconic Aura, Draconic Aura could be displayed to a greater extent. Thinking of Draconic Aura, David paid attention to another knowledge ball provided by the Bone Dragon with the mentality of drawing a prize. Draconic Aura talent, knowledge ball. This was another dragon talent ability that he wanted. In fact, as long as David continued to practice, Draconic Aura would slowly appear with the improvement of the Black Dragon bloodline, and it would accumulate and grow little by little. As for Dragon Roar, it would depend on the teaching level of the Black Dragon Alexis. First of all, how to make the human body emit Dragon Roar was a big problem that was difficult to solve. Even if David had learned Dragon Roar and Draconic Aura after a long time of accumulation, it still could not be compared to a real dragon. Because the Dragon Roar and Draconic Aura of a real dragon were born with the ability, but in order to exert the strongest power, it needed to be an adult dragon. While thinking, David moved the 2 knowledge balls, Dragon Roar talent, and draconic aura, talent, into the soul space. After the two knowledge balls entered the soul space, they turned into two patterns that floated in the soul space. He used his mind to activate the draconic aura pattern, and then he felt a flow of energy from his black dragon bloodline enter the draconic aura, and an authentic black dragon's draconic aura appeared on his body. The black dragon Alexis, who was resting with its eyes closed on David's shoulder, suddenly felt the draconic aura of its own kind appear, and it quickly opened its eyes. The black dragon Alexis did not think that it was David who emitted draconic aura. If David wanted to emit draconic aura, it would be impossible for him to do so without breaking through the infant black dragon. This was the answer that the black dragon Alexis came up with by referring to the standard of an alternative dragon. Although David was equivalent to an infant black dragon, he lacked the innate talents of a black dragon. Dragon roar and draconic aura were the most important talents. The time needed to be cultivated was not something that could be achieved with just a few days of cultivating the black dragon's hibernation. The black dragon Alexis looked at David, searching for an answer. The draconic aura was emitted from David's body, and this draconic aura was 100% emitted by the draconic aura pattern. It was completely different from the draconic aura emitted by forcefully activating the black dragon bloodline. Just as the black dragon Alexis was still in a state of doubt, David let out a dragon roar, which made the black dragon Alexis even more confused. This dragon roar was also activated by the dragon roar pattern. When necessary, it could be combined with the dragon roar and draconic aura to emit a true giant dragon's draconic aura. David didn't know what the black dragon Alexis was thinking. His mind was still inside the shadow attendant's body. He guided the golden level 5 soul origin of the two level 5 bishops into his soul space. His soul space already had a mature transformation process. After the level 5 soul origin entered his soul space, it would be automatically connected by the 96 soul clones. With the help of the two god crystals, the two level 5 soul origin would be completely transformed. A few minutes later, the number of David's soul avatars increased from 96 to 98. David continued to examine the shadow attendant's body. The Grim Reaper's incarnation didn't leave anything behind, but the two bone dragons did leave behind two golden orbs of light. These two golden orbs of light were much larger than the level 5 soul origins, and they were also several levels brighter. In his opinion, these two golden orbs of light should be the same type of item as the level 5 soul origins. It was just that the level difference between the level 5 bishops and the bone dragons was too big, which was why there was such a difference. David thought of the black dragon Alexis. He shared the two golden orbs of light with the black dragon Alexis through the master-servant contract. Alexis, these were obtained from the bone dragons. Do you know what they are? If he knew the exact answer, David didn't have to take the risk of guiding unknown things into his soul space. This is the dragon soul core. It's not complete. The bone dragons are puppets made from dragon corpses. During this process, not much of the dragon soul was preserved. Only a few broken souls were preserved. The dragon soul core is the core of the dragon's soul. The black dragon Alexis replied in a deep voice, "How strong is the bone dragon?" David could tell that the black dragon Alexis didn't want to talk about the dragon's soul core in detail, so he shifted his attention to the bone dragons. The bone dragons are only at the pinnacle of the legendary rank. Of course, with the current situation of the great world of God, the legendary rank is already the strongest existence in the world. The black dragon Alexis was very disdainful of the bone dragon's combat strength. David nodded. He had guided the two dragons' soul cores into his soul space. He was already certain that the dragon's soul cores wouldn't harm him. Otherwise, the black dragon Alexis would have warned him. The two dragons' soul cores entered the soul space. The 98 soul clones emitted a golden light at the same time, enveloping the two dragon soul cores. From the two dragons' soul cores, dragon roars could be heard continuously. Ripples spread out in all directions. Fortunately, This was the core of the soul space. The soul fortress was much sturdier than the periphery. The dragon roars didn't cause much of an impact. David could feel that the 98 soul clones were constantly attacking the dragon's soul cores under the control of the two divine crystals. If it was a complete dragon soul core, it would be impossible for the 98 rank 5 soul clones to enter the dragon soul core. The dragon roar pattern and dragon aura pattern in the soul space emitted rays of light. The black dragon bloodline origin in David's body also responded. The dragon soul core's resistance was weakened. This was David's own soul space. The soul space suppressed the dragon's soul cores. The incomplete dragon soul cores had to face the attacks of the 98 soul clones. With all kinds of assistance, they were quickly broken through. David could feel that the two dragon soul cores were being assimilated. His connection with the two dragon soul cores was also strengthening. When the 98 soul clones let go of the two dragon soul cores, the two dragon soul cores had become David's new soul clones. It was just that the dragon soul cores were incomplete. When David's mind entered, he felt a tearing sensation. Chapter 9-10. David's heart skipped a beat. He brought the two dragon soul cores close to each other. Previously, the two dragon soul cores were two different entities. Although they were both incomplete, they wouldn't merge. Now, the two dragon soul cores were David's soul doppelgangers. When the two dragon soul cores were close to each other, they automatically merged. The black dragon Alexis sensed a slight change in David's soul aura. That was also the change that occurred when the dragon soul cores became David's soul doppelganger. The black dragon Alexis sighed in its heart. It definitely didn't want to see the dragon soul cores being absorbed by David, because it represented the last trace of existence of the two giant dragons completely disappearing from the world. However, it couldn't stop David from absorbing the dragon soul cores. At the same time, David would indeed gain a lot of benefits from absorbing the dragon soul cores. David felt the merged dragon soul cores. Although there were still some flaws, they were much more complete than before. When his mind entered the dragon soul cores, he felt that his thoughts had become faster. The entire soul space was shrouded in his thoughts. One had to know that previously, when David's soul was upgraded to the legendary level, he couldn't envelop the small world of his soul space with a thought. David knew that the soul level of this dragon soul core must be very high. Otherwise, even his legendary main soul wouldn't be inferior to it. He was thinking about how to use the dragon soul cores to improve his strength. He was sure that if he borrowed the analysis and judgment ability of the dragon soul cores, his reaction speed would increase again. In fact, a pure soul couldn't produce powerful combat power, no matter how high its level was. David didn't have much time to understand the secrets of the dragon soul cores, but he soon learned a benefit. The dragon soul cores were silently affecting the 98 soul doppelgangers in the soul space, as well as David's main soul. This influence was a good influence. The 98 level, 5 soul doppelgangers in the soul space hadn't been upgraded, but after the dragon soul cores entered, the 98 level, 5 soul doppelgangers were actually strengthened. This process of strengthening was extremely slow, but with David's perception, how could he miss this change? David didn't waste any time. He hadn't practiced the black dragon's hibernation for a few days, so he started practicing the black dragon's hibernation. As he began to cultivate, David clearly discovered that the effects of the black dragon's dormancy had improved. The amount of black dragon bloodline origin in his body had not changed, but the amount of black dragon bloodline that was produced had greatly increased compared to before. He didn't know if it was because his soul had reached the legendary level or because of the influence of the dragon soul core, but he thought that it was most likely the influence of the dragon soul core. Black Dragon Alexis knew better than David that after David absorbed the dragon soul core, the difference between David and a real black dragon became smaller and smaller. David had the black dragon bloodline origin, which allowed his body to grow towards the black dragon race's enhancement. This was also the reason why Black Dragon Alexis said that David was a young black dragon. Today, David obtained the Dragon Roar and Dragon's Aura talents, which allowed him to possess the core talents of a giant dragon. Although a true giant dragon had other talents, these two core talents were the most fundamental. He also absorbed the Dragon's Soul Core, which had many uses. If he didn't have the Black Dragon bloodline origin in his body, the Dragon Soul Core wouldn't have been assimilated by him so easily. Giant dragons were proud, even if it was an incomplete Dragon Soul Core. Without the bloodline origin of a young black dragon, without the help of the two basic talent patterns of Dragon Roar and Dragon's Aura, the proud Dragon Soul Core wouldn't have been assimilated. Of course, the Dragon Soul Core's greatest help to David was still in his training. With the existence of the Dragon Soul Core, the training effect of the Black Dragon would be raised to the level of a true giant dragon. The Dragon Soul Core that David absorbed was the Dragon Soul Core of an adult giant dragon. In a certain sense, the training effect of the Black Dragon would be raised to the level of an adult giant dragon. A few days later, in the God's Dust Hall, the number of 5th-level bishops had reached 12. These were all the 5th-level bishops that could be gathered during this period of time. This was also an important meeting of the God's Dusk. They needed to come up with a plan of action in the future. Everyone, this time I've gathered all of you here for the future of the God's Dusk. I'm sure all of you have heard of the tragic news of the fall of Bunyan and Monsalat. These are also the 4 5th-level bishops that have fallen in this short period of time. Bishop Ironside said in a deep voice. Bishop Ironside had a very high status in the God's Dusk, so he was the one who hosted the meeting. Is it confirmed that the fall of Bunyan and Monsalat was also caused by Lord Arthur? Bishop Buford interrupted Bishop Ironside and asked. Bishop Buford had a direct grudge against David. Not only did David kill Bishop Cameron, who was also a follower of the Shadow God, but he also took away the divine weapon Dark Shadow. Therefore, Bishop Buford had been working hard to encircle and eliminate David recently. Bishop Ironside glanced at Bishop Buford and nodded. Yes, it has been confirmed. The fall of the 4 5th-level bishops is all related to Lord Arthur. The eyes of the 5th-level bishops changed. Lord Arthur was such a big threat that they felt the danger. Then what are we waiting for? It's been a long time since we worked together. Let's come up with a plan to target Lord Arthur and kill him. Bishop Buford said loudly. His words did not receive the support of all the 5th-level bishops, or rather, only the 5th-level bishops who had just returned and did not understand the situation could support him. Bishop Ironside, your information has confirmed that Bunyan and Monsalat were killed by Lord Arthur? Bishop Kingsley asked. We've already received confirmation from Lord Amos of the Mather family. Monsalat took away the temporary teleportation portal that Lord Arthur had set up. After that, both Bunyan and Monsalat fell. Ironside's 5th-level bishop replied. Bishop Ironside believed in the god of fire. Since the god he believed in was not evil, it was easier for him to be accepted by the nobles. He also had a great advantage in terms of information. Bishop Kingsley glanced at the 5th-level bishops present and shook his head. Then we'd better stop the operation against Lord Arthur. No matter what you think, I refuse to participate. In order to reduce the losses of the Twilight of the Gods, I hope that everyone will not participate. Kingsley, if you're afraid of death, don't drag others into it. Bishop Buford said unhappily. Buford, I know you're coveting the divine weapon Dark Shadow in Lord Arthur's hands, but I can tell you that even if the 12 5th-rank bishops here succeed in encircling Lord Arthur, they will suffer heavy losses. At least half of them will fall along with him. The 5th-rank bishop, Kingsley, replied. I won't participate in the operation against Lord Arthur either. Bishop Ironside supported Bishop Kingsley. Why? Bishop Buford looked at them and asked. He was very unwilling. The divine weapon Dark Shadow of the God of Shadows had fallen into the hands of Lord Arthur. That divine weapon was very important, and he wanted to get it back as soon as possible. When Bunyan and Monsalat fell, a crack appeared on that god statue at the same time. I'm sure everyone can guess the reason. Bishop Ironside said in a deep voice. The god's incarnation has fallen. Ironside's fifth-level bishop muttered to himself. The expressions of all the fifth-level bishops changed. None of them mentioned encircling Lord Arthur again. Even Bishop Buford did not say anything. The fall of the incarnation of the god meant that Lord Arthur had the means to kill a god. Just as Bishop Kingsley said, unless all the fifth-level bishops in the twilight of the gods were willing to risk their lives and sacrifice more than half of their fifth-level bishops to kill Lord Arthur. If the fifth-level bishops did not know about this, the operation might still continue. However, if the fifth-level bishops knew about Lord Arthur's potential strength, they would not continue the operation. I suggest that we withdraw from Lord Arthur's sphere of influence to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Also, we should try to contact Lord Arthur and ask for his forgiveness. Bishop Ironside suggested. The fifth-level bishops nodded. They did not have any direct hatred towards Lord Arthur before. It was only because Lord Arthur had risen too quickly that he was a threat to them. That was why the Twilight of the Gods suggested that they eliminate Lord Arthur before Lord Arthur matured to prevent future trouble. However, the situation now was that Lord Arthur had matured. Their attitude towards Lord Arthur had to change. In the main city of Dunur, the main gate of the Lord's castle was tightly shut. Lord Arthur's energy incarnation was living here. Of course, no one knew that this energy incarnation was not David's real energy incarnation. However, this energy incarnation could directly contact David through the soul if necessary. Today, Butler Jeffrey received a greeting card from someone who claimed to be a friend of Lord Arthur. Butler Jeffrey did not dare to underestimate this person. With Lord Arthur's current reputation, no one would dare to assume that they were a friend of Lord Arthur. Butler Jeffrey carefully arrived in front of the main castle. He gently pulled the bell and waited outside with his hands behind his back. David, who was in the middle of training, sensed that the energy incarnation of Dunur was actively trying to contact him. He did not stop training. Instead, he sent a part of his consciousness into the energy incarnation through his soul. As soon as David took control of the energy incarnation, he heard the sound of the bell. This was his agreement with Dunur. When necessary, he could ring the bell to call him. He waved his hand, and the main gate of the castle opened. Butler Jeffrey bowed and reported, "Master, the Minister of Noble Affairs is outside asking to see you." "Why is the Minister of Noble Affairs looking for me?" David was puzzled. He said, "Let him in." Butler Jeffrey bowed and left. Soon, the Minister of Noble Affairs came in with him. Although the Minister of Noble Affairs and David knew each other, they were only acquaintances. The Minister of Noble Affairs had used his authority to help David. However, David's current status was no longer the same as before. In addition, the Minister of Noble Affairs' purpose of visit was somewhat difficult to disclose. Therefore, the Minister of Noble Affairs was extremely respectful. The Minister of Noble Affairs bowed and said, "Greetings to the great Lord Arthur." David smiled and returned the greeting. "Minister of Noble Affairs, what brings you here? I would like to speak with you in private." Gershwin's Minister of Noble Affairs said as he glanced at Jeffrey, who was standing beside him. David said to Butler Jeffrey, "You can leave first." In fact, the Minister of Noble Affairs' request was very rude. Even though Butler Jeffrey was only the butler of the Lord's castle and was not even the chief butler, his status was still higher than the Minister of Noble Affairs. "Lord Arthur, I'm actually here on behalf of someone else." The Minister of Noble Affairs did not know what to say, but he had to say it. When David saw the Minister of Noble Affairs' expression, he could not help but be curious. Who would pass a message to the Minister of Noble Affairs? "Who asked you to come here?" David asked with a slight frown. He was still training and did not have much time to waste here. "I am here on behalf of the Twilight of the Gods." The Minister of Noble Affairs finally spoke. His voice was very low, as if he was afraid that others would hear him. "I didn't expect you to be related to the Twilight of the Gods." David looked at the Minister of Noble Affairs again and said with a sigh. He did not sense the aura of an evil god's follower from the Minister of Noble Affairs. This meant that the Minister of Noble Affairs was not an evil god's follower. In other words, he was related to an evil god's follower. "I once received a big favor. and this time I am here to repay the favor. No matter what your attitude is, I have already returned the favor." The Minister of Noble Affairs explained helplessly, "Tell me, why did the twilight of the gods come to me?" David did not care about the relationship between the Minister of Noble Affairs and the twilight of the gods. The history of the twilight of the gods was tens of thousands of years long. No one knew how complicated its foundation was. As long as it did not involve David, he could not be bothered to care. "They asked me to pass a message to you. They have some misunderstandings with you before, and they hope to resolve these misunderstandings. They asked me to bring this to you." The Minister of Noble Affairs said as he held a portal bag in his hand. David reached out his hand, and the portal bag flew out of the Minister of Noble Affairs' hand and into his hand. He waved his hand and signaled the Minister of Noble Affairs to leave. The Minister of Noble Affairs knew that after this visit, he would no longer be able to contact Lord Arthur. All their previous friendship would be cancelled after this sudden visit. However, he could only bow and leave. Lord Arthur's power and strength were beyond his imagination. Even the twilight of the gods had bowed to him. So what was he? Chapter 9:11. David watched the figure of the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs disappear. His energy clone was expressionless, but he felt that it was a pity. There were not many people who could be considered his friends. When he was weak, the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs had helped him. From then on, this friend was gone. No one would be willing to be friends with someone who was related to the followers of an evil god. Otherwise, they would not know when they would be betrayed. This was the consensus among the nobles in the great world of God. Therefore, even if the nobles had connections with the followers of an evil god, they would do so in secret. The Lytton family was exposed to have connections with the followers of an evil god, and the consequence was that they were isolated by the nobles. However, David did not plan to tell anyone about the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs. He looked at the portal bag in his hand. This was a portal bag that could be opened with the mind. There was a seal pattern at the opening of the portal bag. As long as the portal bag was opened once, the seal pattern on the portal bag would be destroyed. The seal pattern was also a security measure used by the great world of God to transfer important items. He checked it and found that the seal pattern was normal. As the portal bag was sent by the twilight of the gods, David could not figure out the other party's intentions. Therefore, David controlled his energy clone to go to a training room in the basement of the castle. This room was extremely sturdy and was completely isolated from the outside world. Even if there was a problem with the portal bag, it would not have any effect on the main city. His mind entered the portal bag, and the seal pattern on the portal bag was destroyed. There were only two items inside. One was a communication circle, and the other was a piece of parchment. David first took the parchment. On the parchment was written, "The great Lord Arthur, the twilight of the gods, had some misunderstandings with you. Your strength has earned the admiration of the twilight of the gods. In order to express the sincerity of the twilight of the gods, we have prepared a small gift. The communication circle is given to you. You can contact us through the circle at your convenience." At the bottom of the parchment was an address: Amos Lord's current location, Jula Manor on planet Viken. David shredded the parchment into pieces with his level 5 bloodline power. He then took the communication circle and tapped on the core circle to destroy it. He didn't want to have anything to do with the twilight of the gods. As for reconciliation, since the twilight of the gods didn't take the initiative to look for him, he wouldn't bother with the twilight of the gods, considering that the twilight of the gods had sent him a place to hide the Lord of Amos. Of course, the main reason was that the twilight of the gods was no longer of much value to him. Ever since David's soul had reached the legendary rank, the soul energy of a level 5 bishop could no longer enhance his soul. Furthermore, a level 5 bishop's body could not be revived, so only a level 5 soul would be of some use. Recently, he had killed 4 level 5 bishops in a row. It was unlikely that the other level 5 bishops would send themselves to their deaths. Instead of chasing after the cunning level 5 bishops, it would be more practical for him to stay in Kami Star and train. The main gate of the Duner City Lord's castle was closed again, and everything returned to normal. On Kami Star, David brought all his level 5 combatants with him. On his shoulder was the black dragon Alexis, and below him was the shadow pterosaur. David was determined to kill the Lord of Amos. The Lord of Amos had escaped the previous few times. This time, even if the information was provided by the Twilight of the Gods, and there was a certain amount of risk involved, he wasn't going to let it go. Of course, with his current strength, he didn't care about the Twilight of the Gods at all. The most powerful thing about the Twilight of the Gods was that it could borrow the power of the gods in special environments. As for the level 5 bishops, not to mention the black dragon Alexis, even David himself could easily kill them. Therefore, this time, David didn't hide himself at all. His feud with the Lord of Amos was public knowledge in the great world of God. He also didn't plan to hide the fact that he was going after the Lord of Amos. David rode the shadow pterosaur and appeared from the planetary level portal of Viken. 2 knights saw him immediately. They were about to turn around and report when they realized that their bodies stiffened. David's spirit covered a radius of 80 kilometers. Not only was it within Viken's main city, but it was also within his perception of a large area in the surrounding area. Even with such a large coverage area, it didn't affect his focus on a single person. However, considering that his soul space was a small world, it was understandable that an area with a radius of 80,000 meters was really nothing. The 2 knights had obviously seen David's portrait before. When they saw David, their panic and fear were obviously out of guilt. When they turned around and wanted to leave, they were already preparing to activate the communication circle in their space items. David dealt with it very simply. He sent a trace of dragon's aura over, and the 2 official level 2 knights' minds went blank instantly. They lost consciousness. David went easy on them. He didn't want to kill anyone in front of the planetary level portal of Viken City. However, it was probably impossible for the 2 official knights to regain consciousness. The shadow pterosaur spread its wings. Its black body suddenly accelerated and flew into the sky. A noble who knew Lord Arthur had already bowed down. A powerful existence was something that everyone in the great world of God had to respect. What happened to the 2 lords? Not long after David's figure disappeared, someone noticed that something was wrong with the 2 official knights and screamed. The noble who recognized David saw the state of the 2 official knights and couldn't help but smile coldly. Needless to say, it was Lord Arthur's doing. If Lord Arthur attacked them, it meant that there was something wrong with the 2 official knights. Otherwise, Lord Arthur, who is only a level 2 official knight, probably wouldn't even bother to look at them with his level 5 knight power. I wonder which level 5 expert is going to die today. The noble mumbled to himself. He wasn't making a wild guess. As long as he thought about how Lord Arthur turned 2 level 2 knights into idiots as soon as he stepped out of the planetary level portal with such a strong killing intent, how could nothing happen? After the shadow pterosaur left the sky above the main city, it activated its instantaneous movement talent ability, and its movement speed increased by many times. Lord Arthur, this little guy has a good foundation. You can strengthen its white dragon blood and promote it to an alternative dragon. It'll be of great help to you. Black Dragon Alexis suggested to David. The Shadow Pterosaur's talent ability was extremely special in the eyes of Black Dragon Alexis. The spatial ability was a high-level talent ability no matter where it was, especially since the Shadow Pterosaur and David had a life-sharing contract. The stronger the Shadow Pterosaur was, the stronger David's life force would be. If David's life was safe, then the Black Dragon Alexis' life would be safe too. The Black Dragon Alexis and David were bound together. Especially now that David's soul had reached the legendary rank, the previous master-servant contract was even stronger. Once David died, the Black Dragon Alexis' soul would also be destroyed. That's a good suggestion. When we go back, I'll help the Shadow Pterosaur improve. David nodded in agreement. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the location of the Jula Manor on the alchemy map. The Jula Manor was a medium-sized manor. This kind of manor could be seen everywhere in the great world of God. A medium-sized manor could support a low-level noble, and many low-level nobles relied on medium-sized manors to survive. David did not hide himself. When he was 5,000 meters away from the Jula Manor, the manor's knights saw him in the sky and sounded the alarm. The Amos Lord had long been tired of these days of wandering. He could only manage the family through the communication circle, which made it difficult to effectively communicate the internal affairs of the family. Most importantly, many nobles who were related to the Mather family had cut ties with them. As Lord Arthur's battle achievements continued to spread, more and more nobles cut ties with the Mather family. Even the top nobles did not want to have anything to do with the Mather family. The Amos Lord wanted to hear the news of Lord Arthur's death the most, but the level 5 Bishop of Montserrat did not contact him after taking away the temporary portal. He even used the communication circle to contact the level 5 Bishop of Montserrat, but there was no response. This made the Amos Lord very worried. If Lord Arthur did not die in the trap, then the hatred between him and Lord Arthur would deepen. Just as the Amos Lord was thinking, an ear-piercing alarm came from outside. Hearing the alarm, the Amos Lord's first thought was not to check why the alarm was sounded, but to rush to the basement and use the temporary portal to leave. He did not need to take anything with him, as he had everything with him. He was already prepared to leave at any time. The moment the Amos Lord rushed to the basement, a spiritual fist appeared in the sky and smashed heavily on the defensive shield of the castle. This ordinary castle could not withstand the full blow of a level 5 mid-tier knight. The defensive shield shattered, and the spiritual fist continued to fall, breaking the outer walls of the castle and smashing down layer by layer. After the spiritual fist broke through the defensive shield, David's spiritual sense also sensed the uniqueness of the basement that was isolated from the outside world. Although he could not sense the situation in the basement due to the influence of the isolation rune, both his judgment and the direction the Amos Lord had fled and indicated that there was a portal in the basement. The Amos Lord also heard the terrifying noise and the constant shaking of the castle. Many of the decorations on the walls had been shaken off. This made the Amos Lord even more anxious. He sped up, and when he rushed to the basement door, he saw the damaged basement. Sunlight shone directly into the basement from the sky, making it even brighter. Among the rubble, the temporary portal that the Amos Lord had seen as an escape route had already been reduced to a pile of debris. The Amos Lord's face turned pale. Lord Arthur's strength was beyond his imagination. He had punched through the castle from the outside and accurately hit the temporary portal. This meant that Lord Arthur had complete control of the castle's interior. The Amos Lord did not hesitate, as he knew that the most important thing now was to leave as soon as possible. He summoned his energy clone from his mental space, and then his body entered the summoning ring. The energy clone took the ring and flew into the sky through the gap in the castle. In theory, the energy clone of a level 5 knight was the fastest among level 5 knights. The Amos Lord thought so too. However, when his energy clone flew out of the castle, it was hit by a palm made of mind energy. The palm was so huge that it covered the entire castle. The energy clone was smashed into the castle. The castle was also affected and was completely destroyed by the palm. Cracks appeared on the Amos Lord's energy clone, and it could collapse at any time. The Amos Lord naturally could not let his original body stay in the summoning ring. Otherwise, when the energy clone collapsed, he would not be able to leave the summoning ring. The Amos Lord's original body came out of the summoning ring and saw Lord Arthur appear above his head on the Umbra Pterosaur. The Amos Lord put his energy clone back into his mental space and begged David, "Lord Arthur, let me go. I'm willing to lead the Mather family and become your vassal. I'm not interested in the Mather family, but I'm interested in your life," David said calmly. "Then let's fight." The Amos Lord saw that begging was useless, so he said with a stern look. A level 5 knight's armor appeared on his body, and a level 5 light longsword appeared in his hand. A large amount of level 5 bloodline power surged into the longsword. David looked at the charging Amos Lord. To be honest, the Amos Lord was quite strong. Of course, with sufficient resources and a powerful inheritance, Almost every level 5 knight of a top noble was not weak. David wanted to test the new ability he had. He activated his dragon's aura talent and let out a dragon's roar. He controlled the range of the roar and focused it on the Amos Lord. There were no other living beings in the castle at this time. No weaklings could survive the attack of a legendary master. The Amos Lord focused all the level 5 bloodline power he could use on the light longsword. He knew that this was his last chance, and perhaps the last attack of his life. He saw that Lord Arthur did not have any defense. He was not even wearing armor when facing his attack, only a gray robe. The Amos Lord was overjoyed. Lord Arthur's underestimation of his opponent gave him a chance. At this moment, he saw Lord Arthur open his mouth. Then, an inhuman voice entered his ears. The voice had an unparalleled, domineering aura. The Amos Lord's soul instinctively felt fear, which was reflected in his body. His attack completely changed, and his body seemed to be paralyzed. Even the Amos Overlord's ability to think seemed to have stopped because of the dragon's roar. It was as if the Amos Overlord had voluntarily thrown himself into David's palm, and David grabbed him by the neck. With a crack, the Amos Lord regained consciousness, but this was also the last thing he felt. He saw Lord Arthur smiling like a devil, and saw the strange cat-like creature on Lord Arthur's shoulder mocking him. Then, he fell into eternal darkness. Chapter 9:12. The Mather family only discovered that their patriarch, Amos, had gone missing 4 hours later. When the members of the family discovered that Amos had not appeared even after the time limit for him to manage the family had passed. After that, the Mather family received news that Lord Arthur had appeared on Planet Wiccan. When the family knight arrived at Jula Manor, he saw the destroyed castle. Since the Mather family knew about this, the rest of the nobles naturally knew about it as well. Due to the enmity between the Mather family and Lord Arthur, many nobles had planted spies in the Mather family. These nobles all wanted to obtain clues about Amos and use this information to gain benefits from Lord Arthur. In the valley of Planet Lytton, Count Ebby's energy clone was anxiously pacing back and forth in the room. After receiving the news that Lord Amos had been assassinated, Arvid's level 5 Holy Knight energy doppelganger personally went to Planet Wiccan to check the situation at the battle site. This was also the place where Lord Arthur's traces of battle could be clearly seen. From there, one could have a clearer understanding of Lord Arthur's strength. Recently, there had been more and more legends about Lord Arthur, exaggerating Lord Arthur's strength to a terrifying degree. This caused the Lytton family to panic. How did it go? Count Ebby asked impatiently as Arvid's energy clone flew in through the door. I checked the scene carefully and found that Lord Arthur had attacked twice. The first time he broke through the castle and went straight into the basement. The second time, he completely destroyed the castle. Arvid's expression was grave as he replied. Count Ebby did not understand why Arvid's expression was like this and asked curiously, "That castle's defense is not very strong. Any temple knight should be able to do this easily, right?" As a 5th-ranked temple knight, wanting to break through an ordinary castle, or even completely destroy it, was not a difficult matter. It was just a matter of how much 5th-rank bloodline power was consumed. I can't sense the power of a rank 5 bloodline. The Arvid rank 5 temple knight said in a deep voice. Count Ebby was stunned for a moment, his eyes flashing with disbelief. It was understandable that he could break through the castle without using his rank 5 bloodline power, but how could he destroy a castle without using his rank 5 bloodline power? Could it be a continuous attack? But Arvid's 5th-level temple knight had already said that Lord Arthur had only launched 2 attacks. That's not right. Even if Lord Arthur didn't use his 5th-tier bloodline power, Lord Amos didn't either? Count Ebby immediately realized the problem. Lord Amos didn't make a single move during the entire battle. There are no traces of Lord Amos making a move at the scene. There's only a dent in the castle. Judging from the shape, it should be an energy clone that was sent into the castle. Arvid's 5th-level temple knight was very experienced. His observation was also very detailed. and he noticed many details that ordinary people would not notice. Count Ebby swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He knew very well what this meant. Lord Amos did not want to fight at all. Instead, he wanted to escape using his energy clone, but Lord Arthur's second attack sent the energy clone back into the castle. After that, Lord Amos did not even have a chance to fight before he was finished off. Count Ebby and Arvid's 5th-level Temple Knight looked at each other with bitterness in their eyes. How could they face such an enemy? Contact Gods of Dusk. We're willing to increase our resources. Please ask them to act as soon as possible. Count Ebby thought for a moment and made a decision with clenched teeth. Once this decision was made, the Lytton family's resources were completely insufficient for their own consumption. However, in the face of such a terrifying Lord Arthur, they had to deal with this big problem as soon as possible. In the past, Lord Amos had shared Lord Arthur's hatred. Now, only the Lytton family still had a grudge against Lord Arthur. That's the only way. Arvid's 5th-level Temple Knight nodded in agreement. He took out a special communication circle, activated it, and waited for a response. 10 seconds passed. 30 seconds passed. 1 minute passed. 5 minutes passed. As time passed, Arvid's 5th-level Temple Knight's expression became more and more unpleasant. Arvid's 5th-level Temple Knight did not believe that Gods of Dusk did not have someone to manage the communication circle. In the past, no matter what time it was, Gods of Dusk would immediately respond as soon as he activated the communication circle. Could it be? Arvid's 5th-level Temple Knight thought of a terrifying conclusion. He stared blankly at the communication circle. The atmosphere in the room became extremely oppressive. Arvid's 5th-level Temple Knight and Count Ebby both thought of the worst possible outcome. David had just returned to Cami. Before he had time to deal with his spoils, his Lord Communication Circle sent a contact request. He scanned it with his spirit and found that it was Bishop Evans. Hello, Bishop Evans. David activated the Lord Communication Circle and greeted Bishop Evans. Lord Arthur, did you kill Lord Amos? Bishop Evans asked in a deep voice. David was really surprised. It had not been long since Lord Amos was killed, and Bishop Evans had already come looking for him. I'm not contacting you to blame you. The shrines are very dissatisfied with the decrease of 5th-level Temple Knights. I'm afraid that some of the knights will be dissatisfied with the death of Lord Amos. As your friend, I'm warning you not to contact a 5th-level Temple Knight in the next few years. Bishop Evans continued without hearing David's response. This time, Bishop Evans contacted Lord Arthur out of kindness to his friend. Of course, having a friend like Lord Arthur was also very beneficial to him. Lord Arthur's power and status among the nobles could affect his position in the shrines of justice to a certain extent. Bishop Evans would not let go of this opportunity to befriend Lord Arthur. David also understood the meaning behind Bishop Evans' words. He was reminding him to be mindful of his influence. Indeed, in the past year, too many 5th-level Temple Knights had died, so much so that the shrines were worried about the decline in the overall strength of the great world of God. Thank you for your reminder, Bishop Evans. However, I went to Planet Wiccan this time for a 5th-level believer of an evil god. I've received reliable news that a 5th-level believer of an evil god has appeared in the castle, David said with a smile. When he said this, David could be said to be full of confidence. In his space pendant, there was the corpse of Bishop Bunyan as proof. This was very easy to prove. As for the corpse of Bishop Monselet, he felt that it would be of some use, so he would not take it out. What? Is what you said true? Bishop Evans was startled, and then asked with great joy. To shrines, any 5th-level bishop was the greatest enemy of the shrines. Lord Arthur had killed 2 5th-level bishops before, so his words were naturally more credible. Just as David was about to answer, another contact request came in. When he saw that it was Bishop Bolin, he could not help but smile. Bishop Evans, Bishop Bolin wants to talk to me. Can I invite him to talk to me? David asked with a smile. To be honest, Bishop Evans did not want Bishop Bolin to be involved at this time, but he could not say it. Bishop Bolin was Gould's younger brother. Given the relationship between Lord Gould and Lord Arthur, Bishop Bolin was very close to Lord Arthur. Just now, Lord Arthur was talking about the 5th level bishop. Based on the situation at that time, the 5th level bishop was very likely to have been killed by Lord Arthur. Bishop Evans was very unwilling to see Bishop Bolin get involved at this time, but he still took the initiative to add Bishop Bolin to the communication channel. What a coincidence, Bishop Evans. Bishop Bolin greeted Bishop Evans with a smile. Yes, Bishop Bolin. Bishop Evans replied with a little helplessness. Lord Arthur, the death of Lord Amos has a big impact. It's best that you don't kill another holy cathedral knight for the time being. Bishop Bolin said to David, ignoring Bishop Evans' presence. That's what Bishop Evans said to me just now, but I think you've misunderstood. I went to Planet Viking because of the appearance of a 5th level evil god's follower, not because of Lord Amos. If something happened to Lord Amos, it's also because of the 5th level evil god's follower. David said with a smile. 5th level evil god's follower? Do you know which 5th level bishop it is? Bishop Bolin was stunned and quickly asked. The corpse is with me. You'll know when you have time, David said, not knowing the names of the 2 5th level bishops. The 2 5th level bishops did not even have the chance to react before they were controlled by the Black Dragon Alexis. David did not even know the combat abilities of the 2 5th level bishops, let alone their identities. He only knew that the 2 5th level bishops were followers of the Grim Reaper. But for David to mention the name of the Grim Reaper was something he would never do. According to the Black Dragon Alexis, when one's strength was low, it was not a big deal to mention the name of a god, because gods would not pay attention to ants. However, when one's strength reached a certain level, calling out the name of a god would attract the attention of the god. David had just killed the 2 5th level bishops of the Grim Reaper and destroyed the Grim Reaper's incarnation. He had already received the special attention of the Grim Reaper. If he called out the Grim Reaper's name now, wouldn't that be giving the Grim Reaper a location and letting the Grim Reaper deal with him? What? The corpse of the 5th level evil god's follower is with you? Bishop Evans exclaimed in shock. Even if Bishop Evans had this guess, it was only a guess. He did not dare to believe that Lord Arthur had killed another 5th level bishop in such a short period of time. At this moment, Bishop Evans suddenly realized that Bishop Bolin had disconnected. He slapped his head and secretly cursed Bishop Bolin for being insidious. Lord Arthur, I'll be right there. Bishop Evans had taken the initiative to contact David, so he naturally ended the call without saying goodbye. After Bishop Evans ended the call, he immediately ran out. He could not fly into shrines, so he could only use this method. In the castle of Gammy, Bishop Bolin arrived first, followed by Bishop Evans, who was less than a minute later. Lord Arthur, we meet again. Bishop Evans bowed to David. Bishop Evans, please have a seat. David stood up and returned the bow, then pointed to a seat on the side and invited him. Bishop Evans glanced at Bishop Bolin, who had already sat down, nodded, and sat down himself. You came at the right time. I was just about to take out the corpse. Can you help me take a look at the corpse's identity? David said with a smile as he took out the corpse of Bishop Bunyan from the space pendant. Bishop Evans and Bishop Bolin did not speak. Their attention was focused on the corpse that David took out. As soon as the corpse was taken out, a strong death energy spread in all directions. This was the remnant death energy in the corpse. Everything in the space pendant was still, so taking out the corpse now was equivalent to delaying the death energy in the corpse until now. It's Bunyan's follower of the 5th level evil god. Bishop Evans recognized the identity of Bunyan's follower at a glance. There was detailed information about these 5th level bishops in the shrines, so he could not be wrong. On the other side, Bishop Bolin also recognized it, and his face was full of excitement. Bishop Bunyan was a very famous existence in the 5 shrines. Although he was not as terrifying as Bishop Cameron, he was still a notorious guy. The followers of the god of death were best at evil sacrifices, and Bishop Bunyan was one of the best among them. Almost all of the most evil sacrifices in the past few hundred years were made by him. The corpse of Bishop Bunyan was not any less valuable than that of Bishop Cameron. It was also the favorite sacrifice of the gods. Lord Arthur, can you leave the corpse of Bunyan's follower to us this time? Bishop Bolin did not have the intention to take it all for himself. He also understood that since David had called both sides here, it was impossible for him to give the corpse to either side. Just like last time, there's a space bag here. I don't care how you distribute it, David said as he took out another space bag and placed it in front of the two bishops. Thank you, Lord Arthur. We'll give out the relevant rewards as soon as possible. Bishop Evans's mind scanned the space bag, and his face was full of surprise as he expressed his gratitude. There were many evil items in the space bag, especially the large number of evil sacrificial items, which made Bishop Evans even more shocked. The evil items in the space bag were offerings that could trigger divine grace when they entered the shrines. Although they were not as important as the corpse of Bishop Bunyan, they were still a rare harvest. You have to testify for me that the death of Lord Amos has nothing to do with me. David did not care about the rewards. With the corpse of the 5th level bishop, he had a very good relationship with the two shrines. He even had a good relationship with the two archbishops. Bishop Bolin and Bishop Evans looked at each other helplessly. After receiving the corpse of Bishop Bunyan and the space bag, they were about to step forward to exonerate Lord Arthur. Chapter 9:13. After sending off Bishop Bolin and Bishop Evans, David finally heaved a sigh of relief. David's original plan to deal with the Lytton family had to be delayed. He could only hope that the 2 level 5 knights of the Lytton family would not court death themselves. To be honest, he did not think highly of the combat power of a level 5 knight. His battle with the Amos Lord showed how much he could suppress a level 5 knight. David could use his legendary soul to turn an 80,000-meter radius into his mental attack range. Every attack had the attack power of a level 5 mid-tier Temple Knight. In addition to the 98 soul clones he had, the 98 black spears could be used as 98 level 5 powerhouses. Just this alone was something the overwhelming majority of Temple Knights of the 5th rank couldn't bear. Not to mention, David completely crushed a level 5 Temple Knight in terms of both strength and speed in close combat. This was also the first time David experienced the terror of the combination of Dragon's Aura and Dragon's Roar. It could actually stun a powerhouse like the Amos Lord. Thinking of the Amos Lord, he scanned the corpse in the space pendant with his mind. He first removed the space ring from the Amos Lord's finger. David played with the space ring in his hand. His mind was powerful, so he could force his mind into a space ring that could only be opened with bloodline power. The items in the space ring surprised him. There were just too many of them. The space was the size of a football field and 50 meters tall. Almost all of the space was filled with items. Moreover, the items inside were of very high quality. There were a large number of high-level knight training resources, top-grade krypton crystals, various top-grade alchemy materials and finished products, 10 kilograms of level 5 materials, and so on. David did not quite understand. Was the Amos Lord using his space ring as a warehouse? Under normal circumstances, as the head of a top noble family, it was naturally impossible for him to carry a large number of important resources with him. However, Lord Amos' situation was a little special. Due to David's open hostility, he had no choice but to go into hiding. As a result, his control over his family was greatly reduced. In order to control the high-ranking knight and core members of the family, Lord Amos carried all the important resources with him. This made it easy for David and allowed David to obtain more than half of the top resources of the Mather family. David casually put away the spatial ring. He took out a bit of undying life force from his bones and began to revive Lord Amos. Having revived a level 5 Temple Knight many times, he was already familiar with this process. Only the Black Dragon Alexis looked at David's actions and felt a bit of heartache over the consumption of undying life force. However, the Black Dragon Alexis quickly realized that the indestructible life force wasn't something precious to David, so he understood. David first guided the level 5 soul origin of Lord Amos into his soul space and then sent it back into Lord Amos' body after assimilation. After a short while, David obtained his 13th level 5 Temple Knight. Of course, that wasn't the end of it. He also changed Lord Amos's bloodline to the Black Dragon's bloodline, and changed his cultivation method to the Black Dragon's breathing technique. After the bloodline change, and the use of the Interstellar Federation's genetic repair cabin to change Lord Amos' face, he completely bid farewell to his past self. No one could recognize the revived Lord Amos. David summoned the shadow attendant and sensed the soul energy from Lord Amos in the shadow attendant's body. He didn't plan to absorb it himself. David's soul grew stronger every day. The hallucination that was already running autonomously allowed him to practice the top mind training method 24 hours a day without rest. He no longer needed to absorb the soul energy of a level 5 Temple Knight because it wasn't of much help to him. Of course, he couldn't waste the soul energy he obtained this time. If he gave it to the Black Dragon Alexis to repair his soul, this bit of soul energy would be like a drop in the bucket. He might as well repair the level 5 Temple Knight's energy clone. For example, Lord Amos's energy clone had almost been destroyed by David in battle, and the energy clones of the 3 level 5 Temple Knights had been destroyed when they died in battle. These all required soul energy to speed up their recovery. David carefully distributed the soul energy. After distributing all the soul energy, Lord Amos's energy clone recovered some of its combat power. The remaining damage didn't need to be repaired. After all, he would replace it with the Black Dragon bloodline power. The 3 level 5 Temple Knights without energy clones also formed new energy clones. Although their combat power wasn't strong, they could be slowly strengthened in the future. The ball of knowledge extracted from Lord Amos's soul was a healing innate ability. If this healing innate ability was given to anyone else, they would be overjoyed. This innate ability was very practical. However, David wasn't even interested in fusing it. No matter what kind of healing innate ability it was, it couldn't compare to the indestructible life force produced by the Battle Angel's bones. After taking stock of his gains, David left his energy clone in the castle. He then took out the Divine Space card and prepared to enter the training space. However, a request came from the planet-level portal, and it was from his old friends, Bishop McKinley and the Annabella Temple Knight. David soared into the air. With his flying speed, he arrived at the portal in a few breaths. It was only a distance of 1,000 meters. The portal flashed, and the figures of Bishop McKinley and the Annabella Temple Knight appeared. David sensed the powerful aura of the Annabella Temple Knight. The Annabella Temple Knight was already very strong in the past, and now the Annabella Temple Knight was even stronger. Of course, the Annabella Temple Knight was still at level 5, but she wasn't far from the peak of level 5. David didn't know if the Annabella Temple Knight could become a legend, or if the shrines would allow a level 5 Temple Knight to become a legend, even if the level 5 Temple Knight was the shrine's own Temple Knight. Bishop McKinley, Annabella Temple Knight, welcome. David smiled and bowed. Greetings, Lord Arthur. Bishop McKinley's expression was normal as he bowed back. However, the Annabella Temple Knight was different. She looked at David from head to toe, looking very dissatisfied. Annabella Temple Knight, is there a problem? David asked, puzzled. Lord Arthur, are we not as close to you as Bishop Evans? The Annabella Temple Knight ignored Bishop McKinley's look and asked in a low voice. David finally understood why the Annabella Temple Knight and Bishop McKinley had come. It seemed that the news of Bishop Evans and Bishop Boland bringing back the body of Bishop Bunyan had reached the shrines of war. What David didn't know was that the Annabella Temple Knight had been very dissatisfied when he had handed the body of Bishop Cameron to Bishop Evans and Bishop Boland for disposal by the shrines of justice and earth. If it hadn't been for Bishop McKinley stopping her, she would have come to make trouble for David. The Annabella Temple Knight thought that her relationship with David might not be as good as Bishop Boland's, but it was definitely better than Bishop Evans. Bishop McKinley had persuaded her to let bygones be bygones, but who knew that just a few days later, David would send another body of 5th-level shrines to the shrines of justice and earth. The Annabella Temple Knight wanted to see David, and Bishop McKinley couldn't stop her, so he had to come along to prevent the Annabella Temple Knight from throwing a tantrum and worsening their relationship. "Let's go to the castle first and sit down for a drink," David said with a wry smile and a bow. Bishop McKinley dragged the Annabella Temple Knight to the castle with David, and David brought the Cami Star's specialty red wine. "Lord Arthur, tell me if you have a problem with our war shrines. Why didn't you choose the war shrines when you sent a 5th-level evil god's follower?" The Annabella Temple Knight asked with a glare. The Annabella Temple Knight had helped David a lot. When David needed help the most, she had supported David unconditionally. In particular, as a knight of the Annabella Temple and an oracle who had descended twice, she had a lot of influence among the 5 shrines. When facing David, the shrines had to consider the attitude of the knight of the Annabella Temple. "Of course not. I just happened to come across them, so I didn't think too much about it," David said, waving his hand. Even with his current strength, David dared not look down on the war shrines. The shrines of the war shrines were all warlike. As soon as he said that, they would send a team to make trouble for him. David was not a follower of an evil god, so he did not dare to attack the war shrines. "I can't just say that. You have to promise that if something like this happens again in the future, you will definitely hand it over to the war shrines." The Annabella Temple Knight naturally knew the bottom line, so she could not force him too much. David was now a 5th-level knight of the temple, a top noble, and a member of the Supreme Council. He was almost one of the most honorable people in the great world of God. Unlike the knight of the temple who only had potential, the Annabella Temple Knight also had to consider David's attitude. "I promise you," David nodded. In fact, he also felt sorry for the Annabella Temple Knight and Bishop McKinley. He did not know that the corpse of a 5th-level bishop would be so important to them. The Annabella Temple Knight saw David's sincerity and relaxed. "How about this? I still have the corpse of a 5th-level evil god follower. I'll leave it to you," David said as he took out the corpse of the 5th-level bishop of Monsalate. "Okay, if I didn't come, this 5th-level evil god follower's corpse would have nothing to do with us." Although the Annabella Temple Knight said this, her eyes were already looking at the corpse of the 5th-level bishop. Bishop McKinley also stepped forward to take a look, and soon a strange expression appeared on his face. "It's not that I don't want to hand over this 5th-level evil god follower's corpse, but this believer has just been promoted. It shouldn't be of any value." David remembered that he had sensed the aura of the 5th-level bishop of Monsalate the other day. "Lord Arthur, you really can't judge the value of a 5th-level evil god follower based on how long they have been practicing. Although this 5th-level evil god follower has just been promoted, and there are very few traces of his body being modified by the power of death, this corpse has a strong aura of the evil god. This is a sign that the evil god has forcefully promoted." Bishop McKinley explained to David as he pressed one hand on the corpse of the 5th-level bishop of Monsalate, as if he was afraid that David would take it back. David was stunned. He really did not pay much attention to the 5th-level bishop of Monsalate. Although the body of the bishop could be revived, its value was too small. After losing the power of death, the resurrection of the 5th-level bishop of Monsalate would only have a 5th-level spirit, and his combat strength would at most be similar to a 4th-level Sky Knight. He did not expect that, according to Bishop McKinley, the 5th-level bishop of Monsalate had received the attention of the god of death, and had only been promoted after being blessed by the god of death. "Lord Arthur, I forgive you. Give this corpse to the shrines of war, and we will reward you accordingly. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. I will definitely help you if I can," the Knight of Annabella's shrine said with a smile as she patted David's shoulder. The Knight of Annabella's shrine was very happy. She had thought that she would not gain anything from this trip and would at most get a guarantee. She did not expect to receive such great benefits. Perhaps after listening to Bishop McKinley's explanation, David roughly understood the value of the corpse of the 5th-level bishop of Monsalate, but it was still far from the true value of the corpse of the 5th-level bishop of Monsalate. This was a 5th-level bishop who had received the grace of the god of death and had just been promoted. Sacrificing the corpse of the 5th-level bishop of Monsalate was tantamount to destroying the grace of the god of death. It was also to prevent the evil deeds of the fifth-level bishop in the future, which was exactly what the gods liked. As long as you're satisfied, David said with a smile. Bishop McKinley saw that they had reached an agreement, so he waved his hand and put away the corpse of the fifth-level bishop of Monsalate. The rank 5 bishop of Monsalate was not on the list of rank 5 bishops of the War God Temple. If they brought the corpse back, they could spread the news before sacrificing it. The War God Temple updated the list of rank 5 bishops and added a kill list. The Knight of Annabella's shrine was very excited. She drank 2 bottles of red wine in a row, and no matter how much Bishop McKinley winked at her, she did not want to leave. Her intention was very clear. She was waiting for dinner to arrive. It was not easy for the Knight of Annabella's shrine to come, so how could she leave without dinner? Every time she thought of the dishes that Lord Arthur would cook, she could not help but drool. David was also very helpless. He could not see her out, and it was rare for friends to come. When he saw that it was about time, he summoned his energy clone from his mind space and let it prepare the dishes. The Knight of Annabella's shrine looked at Bishop McKinley proudly. Bishop McKinley could not help but touch his forehead speechlessly. This was too embarrassing. Chapter 9:14. David didn't need to go to the secret room in the belly of the mountain to enter the training space. Instead, he only needed to find a relatively secluded area. Therefore, he entered the training space in the castle's training room. As soon as he entered the training space, he summoned the shadow pterosaur. David checked the condition of the shadow pterosaur's body through the life-sharing contract. The shadow pterosaur trusted him greatly and didn't resist at all. When the shadow pterosaur broke out of its shell, the first thing it saw was him. In addition to the life-sharing contract, the relationship between the two wasn't just about trust. They could entrust each other with life and death. Obviously, David overestimated his own ability. He used his will to check, but he didn't find the white dragon's bloodline in the shadow pterosaur. He didn't know that the shadow pterosaur was a transcendent creature with a weak dragon's bloodline. Its bloodline was hidden and couldn't be found at all. David changed the bloodline of the level 5 Temple Knight because the Knight was one of the rare few humans with a special bloodline origin. The bloodline talent of humans was concentrated in the spine, which was different from other transcendent creatures. After the Knight's training, the bloodline origin became more condensed. David sighed in his heart about the uniqueness of humans. Perhaps this was why humans could rule the great world of God by force alone. Alexis, I can't find the bloodline of the shadow pterosaur, David said to the black dragon Alexis on his shoulder. He didn't need to take the risk. Since the black dragon Alexis proposed to increase the bloodline power of the shadow pterosaur, then the black dragon Alexis would naturally have a way. Lord Arthur, you just need to use the dragon roar and say bloodline convergence in the dragon language. The black dragon Alexis instructed. Bloodline convergence. David didn't think it would be so simple. He activated the dragon roar talent ability and said to the shadow pterosaur. As he spoke in the dragon language, a strange energy surged in the shadow pterosaur's body. David could clearly sense the strange energy gathering at the heart of the shadow pterosaur. A giant dragon bloodline convergence point appeared in the heart. You have the black dragon bloodline origin, dragon soul core, dragon roar, and dragon aura. You are almost equivalent to a real black dragon. All creatures with dragon bloodline will be affected by your dragon roar. You can control the bloodline in their bodies at will through dragon language. The black dragon Alexis continued to explain. At this point, black dragon Alexis felt a tinge of sorrow. He thought of the previous era, the era when the dragons ruled. All creatures trembled in front of the dragons, prostrated themselves before the dragons, and offered their everything. Today, the black dragon Alexis was still alive, but the era of the dragons was gone, and the glory of the past was no longer there. David didn't know what the black dragon Alexis was thinking at this time. He was calculating the total amount of white dragon bloodline converged at the heart of the shadow pterosaur. Then, according to this amount, he controlled the amount of undying life force based on his experience of modifying the blood of the level 5 Temple Knight. He didn't want anything to happen to the Shadow Pterosaur. David sent a bit of undying life force into the heart of the Shadow Pterosaur and injected it into the White Dragon bloodline convergence point. Under his intentional control, the undying life force was all absorbed by the White Dragon bloodline convergence point without any wastage. After the White Dragon bloodline convergence point absorbed the undying life force, its volume continued to increase and soon occupied half of the heart. This was also the safe range that David calculated. After the White Dragon bloodline convergence point stopped increasing, with a thought, the White Dragon bloodline convergence point spread out and flowed into the whole body of the Shadow Pterosaur. But what David didn't expect was that the small half of the heart actually had a trace of the White Dragon bloodline origin aura. He was very familiar with the aura of the bloodline origin, or rather, any knight was very familiar with it. Originally, the Shadow Pterosaur didn't have an obvious White Dragon bloodline origin, but this modification caused its heart to become the dominant White Dragon bloodline origin. "Alexis, take a look," David said to Black Dragon Alexis. Black Dragon Alexis had been watching the whole process. He was the one who gave the suggestion, and he couldn't just kill David's mount. He didn't want to lose face. There shouldn't be a problem. Black Dragon Alexis didn't sense that the Shadow Pterosaur's body was deteriorating, but his tone wasn't as certain as before. The Shadow Pterosaur suddenly let out a shrill scream, and its body kept rolling on the ground. David's expression changed, and he quickly activated the life-sharing contract. He had the undying life force, so as long as he wasn't killed instantly, he could recover his life. Although he didn't know how the Shadow Pterosaur was doing, as long as he activated the life-sharing contract, he would take a part of the damage, and the Shadow Pterosaur wouldn't die. Waves of pain came from a life-sharing contract. David kept comforting the Shadow Pterosaur, and at the same time, his spirit went into the Shadow Pterosaur's body to check. David sensed that the White Dragon bloodline flowing through the Shadow Pterosaur's body was modifying it. This part of the White Dragon bloodline was consumed in the modification process, and the small half of the Shadow Pterosaur's heart kept beating, and the new White Dragon bloodline continued to flow through the whole body. David let out a long sigh of relief. It was normal for this kind of modification to cause pain. The Shadow Pterosaur's body kept rolling on the ground. Its hard scales kept falling off, and even its skin kept falling off. It looked very miserable. David didn't hold back. Although he knew this was just a modification process for the Shadow Pterosaur, he didn't want to wait for it to slowly recover on its own. He sent out a stream of undying life force, and the damaged skin on the Shadow Pterosaur's body recovered. But this time, the Shadow Pterosaur's skin was no longer Black Dragon, but white. In the past, the Shadow Pterosaur was more affected by its race, and the White Dragon bloodline's influence was very weak. But after David's bloodline strengthened, the influence of the White Dragon bloodline exceeded the influence of the Shadow Pterosaur's race, and caused a complete change in its body. David couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at the Shadow Pterosaur that was still trembling. He couldn't believe that this was still the same Shadow Pterosaur. This white creature that was no longer fierce and looked a little cute was still the Shadow Pterosaur that people feared. After another 10 minutes, the Shadow Pterosaur stopped trembling. It stood up and went to David's side, gently rubbing its head against David's arm, looking like it was asking for comfort. "I can't call you the Shadow Pterosaur anymore. I'll call you the Silver Pterosaur," David said with a smile as he patted the Shadow Pterosaur's head. In the main hall of the Twilight of the Gods, the 12 level 5 bishops were still floating in the air, forming a circle. "Lord Arthur has received our gift. Amos Lord is done for," said the level 5 bishop of Ironside in a deep voice. When he received the news, he wasn't surprised at all. If he had given the location, he would have been surprised if Lord Arthur hadn't killed Amos Lord. To prevent Lord Arthur from misunderstanding, the level 5 bishop of Ironside didn't even allow the intelligence personnel to get close to the target area. When the intelligence personnel guarding Planet Wiccan's planet-level portal confirmed that Lord Arthur had left, they went to check the scene of the battle. But Lord Arthur didn't contact us. What is he thinking? Said the level 5 Bishop of Kingsley with a bitter smile. If you were Lord Arthur, would you contact us? Asked the level 5 Bishop of Ironside in a flat tone. The level 5 bishops present were not idiots. Instead, they were all very smart. Those who weren't smart would have died long ago. It was impossible for them to become level 5 bishops. Just like what the level 5 Bishop of Ironside said, with Lord Arthur's reputation at its peak, he wouldn't contact the Twilight of the Gods even if he accepted their request for peace. According to the latest news, Lord Arthur has given the bodies of Bunyan and Mon Salat to the shrines, announced the level 5 Bishop of Ironside in a deep voice. His expression changed slightly after he scanned the communication circle with his will. Previously, no matter how much he guessed, no matter how much evidence he had, it was only a very high possibility. However, Lord Arthur had handed over the 2 corpses to the Church of Death, making it clear that the 2 level 5 bishops of death were killed by Lord Arthur. In other words, their guess is that Lord Arthur had killed the 2 level 5 bishops, and the incarnation of death were true. What does Lord Arthur mean by this? Is he declaring war on us? I think he's showing us his attitude. He's showing us his strength and not contacting us anymore. The level 5 bishops expressed their opinions one after another, guessing the meaning behind Lord Arthur's action. They had just contacted Lord Arthur to ask for peace, and Lord Arthur had given the bodies of 2 level 5 bishops to the shrines. How could they not think about this? I've studied Lord Arthur's information. Did you notice that Lord Arthur has never attacked anyone first? He was always forced to fight back. I think as long as we don't provoke Lord Arthur and continue to show our goodwill, the possibility of Lord Arthur attacking us first is very low. Bishop Jeffers, who had been silent all this time, interrupted. The level 5 bishops recalled Lord Arthur's information. Ever since their relationship with Lord Arthur became tense, whether they had just returned or had been in the Twilight of the Gods before, they had all tried their best to obtain detailed information about Lord Arthur. However, when they looked at the information, they were shocked by the battles that were enough to shake the great world of God. One after another, level 5 Knight of the Temple, nobles, and top nobles fell in front of Lord Arthur. Lord Arthur was recognized by all knights and nobles, and was respectfully called the first knight of the great world of God. In a short span of 2 years, Lord Arthur's information was like a legend. After reading the information, all the level 5 bishops only had one thought. As long as Lord Arthur did not die, he would definitely become the most influential existence in the great world of God. After Bishop Jeffers' reminder, the level 5 bishops also discovered Lord Arthur's way of doing things. Then continued to show goodwill to Lord Arthur and let our people stay away from his territory. What do you all think? Bishop Ironside asked the level 5 bishops around him. None of the level 5 bishops refused. If there were still level 5 bishops who belonged to the Death faction, they might not have reached such an agreement. However, the Death faction no longer had a level 5 master, and their right to speak had become extremely weak. No one was willing to stand up for the Death faction. Moreover, the power that Lord Arthur had displayed was enough to intimidate the grade 5 bishops. Killing a few grade 5 bishops would not make the other grade 5 bishops fearful, but killing the incarnation of the Death God and causing cracks to appear on the statue of the Death God was completely different. As followers of an evil god, the level 5 bishops' fear of the gods was ingrained in their bones. An existence that could kill the incarnation of God was enough to make them retreat. The days returned to normal. In the training space, David entered the stage of rapid improvement once again. His spirit grew every day, and the training of the Black Dragon's slumber also grew rapidly due to the dragon's soul core of an adult giant dragon. Other than David, the strength of the other 13 level 5 knights of the Holy Temple was also increasing rapidly. The most perfect Black Dragon bloodline, coupled with the Black Dragon breathing technique created by the Black Dragon Alexis based on many top-level knight training methods and the characteristics of the Black Dragon, caused the 13 level 5 knights of the Holy Temple to enter a period of rapid improvement. The silver pterosaur was not idle either. The influence of the white dragon bloodline made its body and soul improve, and the distance of its instantaneous movement was also increasing. In the castle of Gammy, David's energy clone was also busy, from cooking to alchemy, and then to making weapons and equipment. With a large number of materials and David's guru-level ability, the best dishes, alchemy items, and equipment of the great world of God were constantly being made. These days did not last long. Butler Dickens sent a reminder, which made David remember that an important event in the great world of God was about to begin. The most important event in the great world of God was the convening of the Supreme Council, which would gather all the lords of the great world of God. The top nobles would show the elegance of the top nobles on the shining planet on that day. For this meeting, Butler Dickens invited the best tailors to custom-make more than 10 sets of clothes of different styles for David. He also selected many matching accessories from the market from the family's warehouse. However, no matter how prepared Butler Dickens was, he still needed David's personal approval, who knew that the day of the Supreme Council was getting closer and closer, but there was no news from David at all. Butler Dickens could not help but send a reminder. In fact, David had indeed forgotten that there would be training days every day, and he could feel himself becoming stronger every day. He had long been addicted to training, and as for the convening of the Supreme Council, he had really thrown it aside. Chapter 9:15. Today was a special day on the Shining Star. As early as a few days ago, there had been a large number of galactic airships and alchemy carriages arriving. Most of these people were nobles of various planets, while some were very rich merchants and high-ranking officials. Since morning, the path of glory that led from the planet-level teleportation portal to the entrance of the Supreme Council was filled with people on both sides. These people were of slightly lower status, while those of higher status sat in the alchemy carriages and relied on the height of the alchemy carriages to avoid being squeezed together with most of the people. On both sides of the path of glory, there were many universal flying ships. These were the universal flying ships of the top nobles and powerful nobles. Some of the top nobles and family members who were not qualified to participate in the Supreme Council came to watch the most important ceremony of the great world of God. The Aristocratic Affairs Office sent a large number of people to maintain order in the Shining Star. The Supreme Council alone had invited as many as 10 Level 5 Knights of the Sanctuary, all of which were issued in the form of missions. The Level 5 Knights of the Sanctuary who could accept such missions would not reject them. Instead, it was an honor, because the targets of the Supreme Council's missions were all powerhouses of the Level 5 Knights of the Sanctuary. It was also a recognition of the Level 5 Knights of the Sanctuary. Hence, although there were many people in the Shining Star, no one dared to cross the line at all. The deterrence of a Level 5 Knight of the Sanctuary was very strong. Not to mention, there are also many Level 5 powerhouses in the galactic airships in the sky. Woo woo woo. On both sides of the entrance of the Supreme Council, 10 huge long horns were blown. The ones blowing them were all Earth Knights. The people who heard the horns were all energized, indicating that the entrance ceremony of the Supreme Council of the great world of God was about to begin. As the horns ended, 5 squads of 100 Level 3 Earth Knights of the Sanctuary entered the path of glory from the Supreme Council and headed towards the planet-level teleportation portal. They were all wearing Level 3 Knight armor and Level 3 heavy swords, as well as heavy warhorses wearing Level 3 horse armor. As they walked, they exuded an imposing aura. Of course, this was indeed a shocking scene for ordinary people and low-level nobles, but it didn't matter to the great nobles and the top nobles. These 500 Level 3 Earth Knights were Knights of the Supreme Council. They were talented knights selected from the nobles and received training and resources from the Supreme Council. To become a Knight of the Supreme Council, these knights had to make an oath to the God of Justice to protect the Supreme Council for the rest of their lives. Knight slots in the Supreme Council were not important to the major nobles and the top nobles, but they were very important to the Knights of the small and medium-sized nobles. Knights who joined the Supreme Council would receive the same training and inheritance as the top nobles. At the same time, they would receive the highest standards of equipment and resources. Although they had lost their freedom, the pursuit of power was the most important thing for a knight who had no resources and no hope in life. The Knight of the Supreme Council was not dangerous, and the army would rarely be mobilized. Apart from important ceremonies like today, they would only be mobilized when the Supreme Council launched a war. At the side of the path of glory, countless pairs of eyes were glowing as they looked at the 500 Earth Knights. Their gazes were full of envy. The financial resources of ordinary noble families were very limited in the number of knights that they could support. For example, when David first came to the great world of God, the Luce family had some assets, but they couldn't even provide resources for Knight Andrew. Most of the small nobles' income could only support one knight. If there were several children with bloodlines in the family, only one would be chosen to be nurtured. The rest of the children would either be unable to cultivate or transfer to other forces in exchange for resources with their lives. The 500 Earth Knights understood the mentality of the nobles standing on both sides of the path of glory. Most of them were from such families. Now that they represented the Supreme Council as Earth Knights, their pride and arrogance made the Knight Squad seem domineering. After the 500 Earth Knights, 64 Sky Knights appeared. They were all wearing level 4 knight armor and carrying level 4 heavy swords on their backs. The flying mounts they rode were all griffins, which were flying mounts with powerful combat power. The 64 Sky Knights were flying at a low altitude above the path of glory. They were also Knights of the Supreme Council. At this moment, not only were the spectators on both sides of the path of glory envious, even the spectators in the starship in the sky couldn't help but feel envious. The 64 Sky Knights who were wearing level 4 equipment were the strongest combat power apart from level 5 Sky Knight Knights. Even if they encountered an ordinary level 5 Temple Knight, they would be able to suppress the Griffins. Transcendent creatures like the Griffins were extremely rare in the great world of God, and only the Supreme Council had a complete population that could continuously provide the Griffins for the Knights of the Supreme Council. The 564 Knight walked through the path of glory, and all the spectators felt the heritage of the great world of God. They were just the guards of honor. In front of the planetary-level teleportation gate, the 5 Earth Knights were separated into 2 rows on the left and right. The 64 level 4 Sky Knights were hovering in the sky with the path of glory as the boundary, forming a welcoming passage that was thousands of meters long. The Supreme Council had its own way of operating. Right after the guards of honor finished their performance, the first Lord appeared from the planetary-level teleportation gate. It was a Lord-level alchemy carriage. The windows of the alchemy carriage were wide open, allowing people to see the situation inside. The Lord and the level 5 Temple Knight sat side by side. This was a powerful top aristocrat who had the strength of 2 level 5 Temple Knights. The Lord-level alchemy carriage was surrounded by 20 Sky Knights. At such a moment, every top aristocratic family would not be stingy with the opportunity to display their strength. That was also the tradition of the Supreme Council. Every lord who participated in the Supreme Council came in their true form. Lords who were rarely seen on normal days would all appear in their true forms on this day. That was also the reason why so many aristocrats had come. Many legendary figures could be seen in person today. It was a bit like the fans of the Interstellar Federation, except that the people of the great world of God did not chase after singing or dancing, but powerful and great existences. When a lord appeared, most of the top aristocrats only had 1 level 5 Temple Knight, but the number of Sky Knights accompanying them would not be less than 20. There was even a lord who had as many as 80 Sky Knights with him. The number of Sky Knights was shocking. Regardless of how this lord got so many Sky Knights, his reputation immediately improved. David sat in the Lord's castle in the main city of Donnell. His Lord's communication array had the exact time to go to the Shining Star through the teleportation gate. According to Butler Dickens' explanation, there was a saying about the time each lord would go to the Supreme Council. The Supreme Council would give the lords an order based on their evaluation of various aspects. Apart from the first lord at the opening, the rest of the lords would go according to this ranking. The later they were, the more noble their status was. David did not know what his ranking was, but he knew that he must be at the back because his time to go to the Shining Star was close to midnight. "Master, are you really not going to change into your attire? Are you not going to bring a Sky Knight with you?" Butler Dickens asked again for confirmation. In fact, Butler Dickens had long known the answer. He explained to David the importance of showing his strength, which was an important tradition of the great world of God. It was a form of respect for the Supreme Council and the people of the great world of God. However, David rejected the tin-odd attire that Butler Dickens had prepared, although the attire was far more luxurious than the gray robe he was wearing. In addition, David also made it clear that he did not need to bring a Sky Knight to the Shining Star, which made Butler Dickens extremely anxious. Master Innes, who was invited by Butler Dickens, was standing at the side. He was a top tailor, and at this moment, he was secretly sizing up David's gray robe. Unlike what Butler Dickens saw, Master Innes saw an extreme simplicity. The style of the gray robe was not as simple as it looked on the surface. The person who designed it must have been a master tailor. This was because every detail of the gray robe gave off a natural feeling. If Master Innes tried to touch any part of it, he felt that he would destroy this natural feeling. Master Innes had to admit that he had a good eye. The divine weapon Dark Shadow was made by the god of shadows. The god's understanding of the laws of the world was unknowingly reflected in the overall design and small details of the divine weapon Dark Shadow. David saw Master Innes gaze and nodded at him with a smile. "Butler Dickens, you don't have to change your attire. Your taste is not as good as Master Innes," David said with a smile. Butler Dickens could not help but look at Master Innes with a questioning gaze. Master Innes bowed and praised. "I don't know how precious Lord Arthur's robe is, but the design makes it feel as if it is one with the world. I'm still far from that standard." Master Innes' words were very sincere. This was what he was thinking. "You have a good eye. This was personally made by the evil god. It's a spoil of war." David nodded and praised. This time, it wasn't just Master Innes whose gaze changed. Even Dickens stared at the gray robe, which he had thought to be inconspicuous. They all understood what David meant. It didn't matter if it was made by an evil god or some other god. As long as it was made by a god, it was a divine weapon. Butler Dickens was a bit embarrassed. He tried to persuade David to change his attire for a normal one, but just as David said, his taste was not good. He lowered his head in shame. "Butler Dickens, it's about time. Drive the carriage." David noticed the time and reminded. Hearing David's order, Butler Dickens excitedly bowed and replied, "Master, it's my honor." Butler Dickens knew very well that David was rewarding him for his hard work. After all, the entrance ceremony of the Supreme Council was watched by all the nobles of the god-owned great worlds. Many people wanted to receive the attention of all the nobles on the path of glory. This was the highest honor a butler could receive. How could Butler Dickens not be excited? As for not having a Sky Knight accompanying him, Butler Dickens knew how famous Lord Arthur was now. The title of the #1 knight in the great world of God was more important than the 40 Sky Knights. Butler Dickens sat in the Lord Grade alchemy carriage. In fact, he did not need to control it. He did not have the ability to do so. Lord Grade alchemy carriages required bloodline power or the mind to operate. David let Butler Dickens sit in the driver's seat. This was an honor for Butler Dickens. For knights wearing level, 5 knight armor quietly arrived and stood at the 4 corners of the Lord Grade alchemy carriage to protect it. The Lord Grade alchemy carriage then rose into the air and flew towards the planet-level teleportation gate. Butler Dickens looked at the 4 knights that he did not recognize. The pale golden knight armor on their bodies made him feel a little dizzy. There was only one possibility for a knight to be able to wear a knight's armor of the 5th rank. However, Butler Dickens did not dare to imagine that possibility at all. David passed through the planet-level teleportation gate of Dooner City on time. When he reappeared, it was a lively scene. "Master, this is the path to glory that leads to the Supreme Council." Butler Dickens' voice was trembling. He was so excited that even his body was trembling. Relatively speaking, David's appearance was very shabby. This was because the other lords would have at least dozens of people when they appeared. However, there were only 6 of them, including Butler Dickens, who was driving the carriage. If not for the shadow leopard emblem on the Lord Grade alchemy carriage, many people would have thought that he had come to the wrong place. Of course, this did not include the clansmen of the top nobles and greater nobles in the starry sky flying ship. There were also some aristocratic knights with extraordinary knowledge who also recognized the 4-level, 5-knight armor. Auras rose into the air. These were the level 5 knights who were so shocked that they could not control their auras. The auras of the level 5 knights made everyone present stagnate. Fortunately, although there were many level 5 knights, they did not intend to hurt anyone. They just made the people present feel a little uncomfortable. The chaos here attracted the attention of the 10 level 5 knights who were in charge of maintaining order. In particular, the auras that rose were all level 5 knights, so only the 10 of them could handle it. The 10 level 5 knights wore the Supreme Council's law enforcement badge on their chests. They were about to investigate what had happened when they saw the 4 level 5 knights guarding Lord Arthur's Lord Grade alchemy carriage. It was no wonder that the appearance of the 4 unfamiliar level 5 knights would cause the other level 5 knights to be surprised. After all, a level 5 knight was not an ordinary existence. Without inheritance, resources, talent, and luck, they would not be able to advance. Any of these factors would prevent them from advancing. Chapter 9:16. Please control your emotions. Don't injure anyone by mistake. A knight of the Supreme Council's law enforcement temple said in a deep voice. His voice was amplified by his level 5 bloodline power, and it spread to every universal flying ship in the sky. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Voices came from many starships. The knight of the law enforcement temple had given them face, so they naturally had to respond. After a short period of chaos, someone had already announced the identities of the 4 rank 5 knights beside Lord Arthur. After being suppressed by the aura of the rank 5 knight, just now, David passed by in silence. After David advanced for a minute, another team of knights appeared from the planetary level teleportation portal behind him. It was the arrival of the next lord. David exclaimed softly. The black dragon Alexis on his shoulder also couldn't help but turn around to look behind. It's the black dragon bloodline, David said softly. David didn't turn around to look. The shadow attendant passed through the roof of the Lord-level alchemy carriage and appeared in the sky, looking at the Lord's team behind. The first thing he saw was the heraldic flag. There was a picture of a black dragon drawn on the flag. David used his knowledge of nobles and found that this was the Morse family, a top-notch noble family with the black dragon bloodline. Lord Fred, who was sitting in the Lord-level alchemy carriage, sensed 4 auras of the same origin as soon as he came out of the planetary-level teleportation portal. That was the resonance of bloodlines. In the entire great world of God, only the Morse family had the black dragon bloodline. He was 100% sure of this. In order to prevent the black dragon bloodline from being lost, the Morse family had been strictly controlling the outflow of the bloodline for 10,000 years. As long as any child with the black dragon bloodline was born outside the family, the Morse family would take them back into the family. Lord Fred couldn't believe it. How could there be 4 auras of the same origin? Could it be that the outflow of the black dragon bloodline in the family was so serious? When he looked ahead, he saw 4 5th-rank temple knights, and his breathing could not help but stop. 4 5th-level temple knights with the bloodline of the black dragon. Moreover, they were 5th-level knights that he had never seen before. Even Lord Fred doubted whether his eyes were deceiving him. Lord Fred looked at Mickey, the 5th-rank temple knight beside him. Mickey, the 5th-rank temple knight, also had a stunned look on his face. That's Lord Arthur's alchemy carriage. Mickey, a level 5 temple knight, whispered, "How could this be? How could this be?" Lord Fred was still in a state of disbelief. He mumbled to himself, "Ahead is Lord Arthur's alchemy carriage." Mickey, a level 5 Holy Temple Knight, emphasized. Lord Fred quickly came back to his senses. Mickey, a level 5 Temple Knight, had made it very clear that they could not afford to offend Lord Arthur and must not lose their composure. Even though the Morse family had arrived after Lord Arthur, everyone knew that this was because all of Lord Arthur's properties were newly acquired and were still being digested and absorbed. They had not been integrated for a long time. In terms of strength, Lord Fred and Mickey, a level 5 Temple Knight, did not have the confidence to fight against Lord Arthur alone, not to mention the 4 5th-level Temple Knights that had appeared beside Lord Arthur. There must be many people who want to know the origins of these 4 5th-level Temple Knights. Let's take a look first. Mickey, a level 5 Temple Knight, said, "We have no intention of instigating enmity with Lord Arthur. It's just that Black Dragon bloodline has appeared, and they're all level 5 Temple Knights. Our Morse family should not have reacted to this." Lord Fred said with a nod. David, who was at the front, was just curious. He sensed the other party's Black Dragon bloodline and discovered that it was indeed very thin. But it was still not bad, and it had about half of the Black Dragon bloodline origin of the level 5 Temple Knight beside him. It must be known that the Black Dragon bloodline origin of the level 5 Temple Knight beside him was an ideal level of the level 5 Black Dragon Knight's body that could support the maximum amount of Black Dragon bloodline origin of the level 5 Temple Knight's body. If there was more Black Dragon bloodline origin, the level 5 Temple Knight's body would not be able to bear it, and he would suffer a backlash. And if there was less Black Dragon bloodline origin, it would affect the optimization of his training. "Alexis, they can't sense my bloodline?" David asked Black Dragon Alexis through the contract. "How could such a low-level bloodline sense your bloodline? As long as you don't take the initiative to expose your bloodline, they won't be able to sense it." Black Dragon Alexis was very disdainful of the Black Dragon bloodline origin of Lord Fred and Mickey's level 5 Temple Knight. David's Lord-grade alchemy carriage continued forward along the Glory Avenue, and the Morse family's Lord-grade alchemy carriage followed behind at a moderate pace. After another minute, David once again sensed a dragon bloodline, but this time it was not the Black Dragon bloodline. "It's the Blue Dragon bloodline," Black Dragon Alexis said to David through the contract. David nodded. The Mosh family with the Blue Dragon bloodline was an extremely powerful existence among the top-notch nobles. After a minute, because David himself had a genuine dragon bloodline, even though they were far apart, he was still able to sense that the overlord that appeared once again also had a dragon bloodline. "It's the Golden Dragon bloodline," Black Dragon Alexis explained to David. "That's strange. Why do the most powerful top-notch nobles have a dragon bloodline?" David couldn't help but ask when he suddenly discovered that the overlords behind him all had a dragon bloodline. He didn't expect the Black Dragon Alexis to answer, and was only venting after discovering this problem. This is because the Knight's cultivation method is simplified based on the Dragon's cultivation method. The best cultivation results are still compatible with the dragon bloodline. Black Dragon Alexis answered. Just as David and Black Dragon Alexis were silently communicating, he sensed a familiar aura. That was Lord Gould's arrival. "It's the White Dragon bloodline," Black Dragon Alexis said again. "I know him. He's Lord Gould, and I have a good relationship with him," David replied with a smile. David didn't realize it himself, but the overlords behind him were all shocked by his lineup. Not only the overlords behind him, but the overlords before him had also discovered the situation on David's side. Lord Gould sensed the 4 level 5 Holy Temple Knights beside David, and couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. Although he was the last to appear this time, the real limelight had been stolen by Lord Arthur. Fortunately, Lord Gould also knew that Lord Arthur had no intention of becoming the chairman, and even supported him to become the chairman. Hence, he felt that he had a greater chance of winning. The path of glory from the planet-level teleportation portal to the Supreme Council wasn't too long in the first place. Each overlord had 10 minutes to pass through the path of glory, and the Lord-level alchemy carriages also had a set speed. Every minute, there would be an overlord's carriage and guards. The overlords who had arrived first had already entered the large conference hall of the Supreme Council at this time, and by the time they reached David, they were already the last few overlords. David was ranked 5th from the bottom, a ranking that showed his status in the aristocratic circle of the great world of God. In 2 years, he had used the corpses of his enemies to establish this glory. David still held the record of having killed the most level 5 Holy Temple Knight and the most level 5 Bishop. It was believed that this record would not be broken for a long time in the future. Of course, the overlords present actually had another judgment in their hearts. The Supreme Council had ranked Lord Arthur 5th from the bottom because of the combination of Lord Arthur's combat power and the strength of his family. Previously, Lord Arthur's combat power was needless to say. The killing of the 4 level 5 bishops was a reflection of his combat power. There was even information that the believers of the diabolical god in Lord Arthur's territory, which was originally suspected by the aristocratic intelligence organizations, had all retreated from Lord Arthur's territory. These showed that the believers of the diabolical god wanted to stay away from Lord Arthur, which further proved the strength of Lord Arthur. However, Lord Arthur was not without weaknesses. The Rose family was too weak and currently only had 40 Sky Knights supporting them. These 40 Sky Knights did not participate in any affairs at all and were just law enforcement knights. Perhaps 40 Sky Knights was already a strong force for the greater aristocrats, but for the top aristocrats, especially the top aristocrats, it was far from enough. Besides, Lord Arthur's territory was only newly acquired and was still in the process of being adjusted in all aspects. It cannot be compared to the veteran aristocrats at all. Hence, in the end, the Supreme Council ranked Lord Arthur 5th from the bottom. In terms of ranking, the Rose family was a burden to Lord Arthur. However, who would have thought that the Rose family had hidden so well? Including Lord Arthur, they had a total of 5 level 5 Sanctuary Knights. At the end of the Path of Glory, David saw the majestic building of the Supreme Council. The Lord-level alchemy carriage slowly descended and stopped in front of the gate. Before Butler Dickens alighted and opened the door for David, a knight of the Supreme Council took the initiative to step forward and open the door for him. "Great Lord Arthur, your butler cannot enter, but a level 5 Sanctuary Knight can enter with you," the knight of the Supreme Council said with a bow. "Butler Dickens, take a rest first." David nodded and instructed Butler Dickens. David had long heard that the Supreme Council could bring a level 5 Sanctuary Knight into the venue, but the level 5 Knight could only listen and not make sound. "Yes, Master." At this moment, Butler Dickens had yet to sober up from his excitement. He didn't need to drive the Lord-level alchemy carriage, either. The Knight of the Supreme Council would come over to help move it. David smiled. This time, he gave Butler Dickens the honor to commend his previous contributions. He reckoned that this experience would be the glory of Butler Dickens' life, and he would work even harder for him. David walked into the Supreme Council with the 4 level 5 Sanctuary Knights, and under the guidance of the Knight of the Supreme Council, they arrived at the large conference hall. It was a circular hall. When he saw the hall, David couldn't help but complain about the illogicality of the architecture of the great world of God. The circular hall was a circle with a radius of 100 meters and a height of more than 20 meters. According to the construction ability of the great world of God, such a large circular structure without any support was simply impossible to achieve. Even if it was forcibly built, it wouldn't last long. However, the buildings of the Supreme Council had existed for more than thousands of years, and the circular hall had existed for thousands of years in violation of the laws of physics. The alchemy patterns were what violated the laws of physics. They were just some alchemy patterns that strengthened the structure and shared the burden of the force, but they made the circular hall surprisingly stable. What was even more illogical was the 100 platforms that were suspended in the circular hall. They didn't have any power devices and were just fixed in midair. David glanced at them and discovered that it was the combination of the array patterns on the platforms and the array patterns on the ground that resulted in such an effect. The 99 platforms represented 99 top-tier nobles. However, there were less than 99 top-tier nobles left. Including David, There were only 83 top nobles in the great world of God. David calculated in his heart and realized that there were 16 empty seats. There was no need to fight to sit on those platforms. There was a coat of arms on each platform, and the Supreme Council had long allocated the seats for the various lords. In fact, those seats were only divided into the inner and outer circles. There was no difference between the inner circles because they were circular. Almost every inner circle was the same as the center, while the outer circle was a little further away. However, the difference was limited. When designing the conference hall, equality was considered to the greatest extent. Of course, since there was a division between the inner and outer circles, there were different levels. There were only 20 platforms in the inner circle, and the rest were in the outer circle, showing that the inner circle was more honorable. David's seat was in the inner circle, and he had already seen the shadow leopard coat of arms of his family. He and the 4 level 5 sanctuary knights soared into the air and arrived at their own platform, while the other lords and level 5 sanctuary knights watched. There were fruits that had been prepared on the platform, and to David's surprise, there was a bottle of Cami Star red wine there. He then looked at the other platforms, and they all had the same arrangement. David was certain that the red wine he produced was not directly supplied to the Supreme Council. Hence, the fact that the Supreme Council could provide so much red wine meant that they were well prepared. The platform in the inner circle was slightly larger than the one in the outer circle, allowing the 4 level 5 sanctuary knights to stand on it easily. The platform in the outer circle could only fit 2 people at most, and the space was much smaller than the one in the inner circle. "Hello, Lord Arthur." When David settled down on the platform, he heard the greetings coming from all around. David saw many lords and level 5 sanctuary knights that he knew, and he returned the greetings one by one. At this time, the 4 lords behind him also entered the conference hall one after another. When Lord Gould entered, he did not walk towards his own platform, but instead went to David's platform. "Lord Arthur, how does it feel to participate in the Supreme Council for the first time?" Lord Gould asked with a smile. He kept glancing at the 4 level 5 sanctuary knights beside David, trying to determine their exact identities. Chapter 9:17. At such a close distance, Lord Gould sensed a deeper level of information from the auras of the 4 level 5 temple knights. He was different from Lord Fred, who had the bloodline of the Black Dragon. Even though Lord Fred was still far away, he still managed to detect the Black Dragon bloodline of the 4 level 5 temple knights by relying on their bloodline. It was only because Lord Gould himself had the bloodline of the Colossal Dragon, and he had done some research on Lord Fred's Black Dragon bloodline, that he was able to discover clues at such a close distance. Lord Gould was shocked. His first thought was that Lord Arthur had some sort of connection with the Morse family. However, this thought only flashed through his mind for a moment before he cast it aside. If these 4 level 5 temple knights were truly temple knights of the Morse family, there was no way the Morse family would allow these 4 level 5 temple knights to follow by Lord Arthur's side. In fact, this was also a momentary confusion in Lord Gould's mind. He didn't want any accidents to happen before the voting began. "Lord Gould, I'm only here to vote for you." David smiled as he replied to Lord Gould's question. "Lord Arthur, the voting still requires many comparisons to choose the best," Lord Gould said with a smile. Lord Gould was extremely pleased with himself. Lord Arthur's public expression was a great help, enough to make some of the lords who were on good terms with Lord Arthur make a choice. Furthermore, Lord Arthur was still very influential among the neutral lords. His powerful strength made it so that none of the lords wanted to be on the opposite side of Lord Arthur. "Lord Gould, please return to your seat. The meeting is about to begin." Lord Ludovic of the Golden Dragon bloodline reminded in a deep voice. Lord Ludovic was the temporary host of the Supreme Council this time. In the past, the host of the Supreme Council had always been the chairman. This time, Count Ebby had lost his position, and Lord Ludovic, the former vice-chairman, had become the host. Of course, this host was temporary, but Lord Ludwig hoped to become the official host. Lord Ludwig didn't want to disturb Gould, but if he allowed Gould to continue talking to Lord Arthur, he was afraid that some of the lords he contacted would switch sides. "My apologies, Lord Gould. I lost my composure in front of a good friend." Gould bowed gracefully with a smile. Lord Gould nodded to David and returned to his inner circle platform. Lord Ludwig left his platform, flew to the center, and said, "On behalf of the Supreme Council, I welcome all of you. Due to some reasons, the former chairman, Abe, has stepped down from his position in advance. Today, I will be presiding over this meeting." Upon hearing Lord Ludwig's words, David couldn't help but frown. Abe hadn't stepped down, but had been dismissed. At the same time, he had also been expelled from the top nobles and lost his status as an ordinary counselor. If Count Ebbe's matter had nothing to do with him, he wouldn't have bothered with Lord Ludwig's words. Just as he said, he was here to vote this time, and he wasn't going to interfere in other matters. However, there were some things that David couldn't do. Lord Ludwig's words directly affected him. "Lord Ludwig, Count Ebbe hasn't stepped down," David reminded in a deep voice. Lord Ludwig's face stiffened. The reason he said that he had stepped down was because he was the vice chairman. If there was a problem when Abe was in power, he wouldn't be able to get away with it. Hence, he had to minimize the impact of Abe's dismissal as much as possible. This way, he could use his status as the vice chairman to get more votes. "Lord Arthur, this is your first time participating in the Supreme Council. Please watch your words," Lord Ludwig said in a deep voice. Since when did the Supreme Council not allow counselors to express their own opinions? Could it be that Lord Ludwig is going to directly appoint himself as the chairman? Lord Gould said calmly, "The Supreme Council was originally set up to make it convenient for all the top nobles to jointly manage the important affairs of the great world of God. To a certain extent, the status of every counselor was equal. The chairman was only responsible for handling the affairs of the Supreme Council. It didn't mean that the chairman was more honorable than the other lords. He just had more power in his hands. If the counselors weren't allowed to speak, it would be better for all the counselors not to come. Usually, the representatives of the counselors could help the counselors vote by raising their hands. There wasn't a need for so many level 5 knights of the sanctum to gather together. All the counselors didn't expect that the two important competitors would start fighting at the beginning. Lord Ludwig, please answer me. Do you think that attacking the diplomatic envoys and colluding with the followers of the evil gods are insignificant? Do you think that there's a problem with the shrine's punishment of the Lytton family?" David had no intention of backing down. He didn't want the Lord of Gould to stand up for him either, so he asked fiercely, "These are not the issues to be discussed in the Supreme Council this time. Please forgive me if I didn't express myself properly just now." Lord Ludwig finally sobered up at this moment and hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. He was too agitated just now and was thinking about competing for the position of chairman. At this moment, Lord Ludwig realized that he actually had a conflict with Lord Arthur. Lord Ludwig tried his best to smile and express his attitude to David. He didn't have the slightest intention of offending David. Seeing Lord Ludwig like this, David also lost the idea of continuing to provoke him and withdrew his gaze from Lord Ludwig. A smile appeared on Lord Gould's face. Lord Ludwig's poor performance would cause Lord Ludwig to lose a lot of votes in the next election. Today's theme is to elect a new chairman. Next, I'll introduce the 4 candidates. First, let's welcome Lord Fred. Lord Ludwig also understood this, so he immediately ended the many words he had prepared, skipped the part of canvassing for votes for himself, and went straight to the next step. Lord Fred stood up and bowed to him. "Let's welcome Lord Darrell." Lord Ludwig continued to introduce. Lord Darrell was the lord of the fish family with the blue dragon bloodline. He also stood up and bowed to the lords. "Let's welcome Lord Gould." After Lord Ludwig said Lord Gould's name, many lords present expressed their enthusiasm by applauding. This also made Lord Fred and Lord Darrell's expressions dim. They clearly saw the gap between them and Lord Gould. Lord Ludwig's eyes were also very helpless. He was going to announce himself last, hoping to gain an advantageous opportunity. But these little thoughts became extremely ridiculous in the face of true strength. In fact, when the Supreme Council decided to convene to discuss the election of the chairman, most of the members thought that the final winner would be Lord Gould. In the past 2 months, the other 3 competitors had exhausted all means and used various relationships to rope in many lords. But Lord Gould only used one thing to block the attacks of the 3 competitors. That was the heartwarming lotus seed soup, the panacea of the level 5 Temple Knight. I'm also one of the candidates. Lord Ludwig waited for the applause to stop and finally said. After his announcement, as he expected, there was no response. Even his supporters were too embarrassed to express their views at this time. In the following time, the 4 candidates for the chairman began to speak one by one. This was also the last chance to win votes. This time, Lord Fred, Lord Darrell, and Lord Ludwig didn't want to be left behind. After all, once Lord Gould spoke, there might be nothing for them to do. The 3 lords were fully prepared. From the change in task allocation, the increase in benefits for the members, the enhancement of support for the lords, and so on, they had formulated detailed and pertinent plans in many aspects. The 3 lords each showed their magical powers, and the other lords couldn't help but nod. Of course, the lords understood that the benefits sacrificed would only belong to the great aristocrats. But everyone present had vested interests. Who would care about the interests of the great aristocrats? David was a little bored listening. He looked at the 4 competitors and found that they all had dragon bloodline. This was definitely not a coincidence. He remembered that Black Dragon Alexis said that the knight cultivation method came from the dragons. Knights with dragon bloodline had a natural advantage in knight cultivation. David could finally understand why Lord Gould was easily accepted by all the lords and became one of the candidates for the chairman. Lord Gould's use of the heartwarming lotus seed soup was only one of the reasons. Another reason was Lord Gould's white dragon bloodline. David himself didn't feel that knights valued bloodline because his cultivation time was so short that he couldn't have too many opportunities to communicate with knights of the same level at every level. Besides, his strength was usually higher than that of a knight of the same level. No knight would mention the importance of bloodline in front of him. David's original bloodline was only the Shadow Leopard bloodline, which was only considered average among knight bloodlines. If he didn't have a fortuitous encounter, it was almost impossible for him to reach the strength of a level 5 knight. Needless to say, take the 13 level 5 knights under David as an example. Before their bloodline was modified, the speed of cultivation of the 13 level 5 knights was much slower than after the modification of the Black Dragon bloodline. This was the advantage of the Dragon bloodline. Just as David was thinking about it, Lord Gould stood up, and the round of applause sounded again in the conference hall. Thank you for your support, lords. I think the Supreme Council has been established for tens of thousands of years and has a mature operating mechanism, so I don't intend to interfere too much with the operation of the Supreme Council. I will only make some changes to some of the unreasonable parts, Lord Gould said with a smile. Of course, the lords present didn't think that Lord Gould would only say this. They were all waiting for Lord Gould to get to the main point. If I become the chairman, I will increase the exchange of heartwarming lotus seed soup in the merit exchange. Of course, this exchange is only the right of the counselors. Lord Gould continued. This time, the lords were excited. They might be able to obtain heartwarming lotus seed soup through some transactions, but this was not a fixed channel. The more the lords who had used heartwarming lotus seed soup, the more they understood the importance of heartwarming lotus seed soup to a level 5 knight. Lord Gould's proposal was equivalent to providing a stable channel for the supply of heartwarming lotus seed soup. As for merit, the top nobles had enough powerful knights to complete various tasks, so merit was not a problem. I need to explain here. Because the production of the heartwarming lotus seed soup's raw material is limited, and because it is extremely difficult to make heartwarming lotus seed soup, it's not that I don't want to provide heartwarming lotus seed soup to other level 5 knights, but the production is limited, Lord Gould said with a smile, when he saw the enthusiastic atmosphere. Lord Gould looked at David, his eyes full of gratitude. He dared to make such a promise because David had recently provided a large amount of heartwarming lotus seed soup. Ever since the heartwarming lotus seed was produced in Kami Planet, the production of heartwarming lotus, which was managed by the intelligent system, had increased exponentially. With the scientific planting and the enhancement of genetic technology, heartwarming lotus covered the entire surface of the lake. The production time was shortened to once a month. Of course, the most important thing was that David's energy clone had enough time to cook heartwarming lotus seed soup when he had nothing to do. With sufficient stock, Lord Gould had the confidence to use heartwarming lotus seed soup to rope in the other lords. David smiled at Lord Gould. To be honest, he no longer cared about the circle of the Supreme Council. His vision had long surpassed this level. Naturally, he would not isolate himself from the circle. If he could help Lord Gould, then Gould becoming the chairman would definitely be beneficial to him. Lords, please consider for a while and then cast your votes. Lord Ludwig took over the role of presiding after Lord Gould finished speaking. As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen lords came to Lord Gould and asked about the specific exchange details of the heartwarming lotus seed soup. These dozen or so lords were not Gould's original forces. Lord Gould's speech just now had moved these dozen or so lords. The dozen or so lords were just the beginning. Then, one after another, lords continued to consult Lord Gould about the relevant matters. On the other hand, there were very few lords who asked about Lord Fred, Lord Darrell, and Lord Gould. Even some lords who had previously decided to choose them also took the initiative to consult Lord Gould. The result was obvious. They were only waiting for the final vote. The lords understood that the more this was the case, the more no lords were willing to offend Lord Gould in the voting. Although Lord Gould would add heartwarming lotus seed soup to the exchange options, if they did not build a good relationship with him, they would not be able to say anything when the exchange was slightly difficult. Chapter 9:18. Now, let's begin the voting phase. Everyone, please use your bloodline power to enter the magic circle in front of you and choose your candidate. Lord Ludwig had also thought things through. At this time, he pulled himself together and announced with a smile. If there was not much difference, Lord Ludwig might have been very disappointed, but there was no point in being disappointed when the difference was too great. All the lords were using their bloodline power to enter the magic circle. David was a little stunned. He did not expect this to happen. Alexis, how do I get my bloodline power out of my body? David's situation was special. He could only ask Black Dragon Alexis for advice through the master-servant contract. Lord Arthur, there is a way to solve this. Black Dragon Alexis was a powerful existence. As soon as David asked the question, the Black Dragon Alexis had an answer. Soon, Black Dragon Alexis passed a ball of knowledge to David. David scanned the ball with his spirit and received the knowledge inside. The method given by Black Dragon Alexis was to dilute the pure Black Dragon bloodline and then inject it into the heart space to simulate the ordinary Black Dragon bloodline. This process was very complicated and required a deep familiarity with the Black Dragon bloodline to be able to do this. Black Dragon Alexis could not train and had nothing to do every day. When David was training, he also studied the heart space. This method was one of the results of his research. David tried to operate it step by step. There were no problems during the process. When the first strand of the rank 5 Black Dragon bloodline power appeared in the heart space, only a minute had passed. Many lords had finished voting, but there were still some who were hesitating. They were thinking about whether to vote according to the original plan or to vote for Lord Gould. Time slowly passed in this dilemma. David directed the rank 5 Black Dragon bloodline power into the voting circle in front of him. Just as he was about to choose Lord Gould, the circle in front of him suddenly emitted an ear-piercing alarm. This unexpected appearance caused all the lords to look at David. David didn't know what had happened. He had only injected his bloodline power into the voting array. Who knew that something like this would happen? At this time, Gould's votes had already exceeded 50. His identity as the chairman was confirmed. Even if David didn't have any votes, it wouldn't affect him. However, the alarm was not that simple. After the lords determined the cause of the alarm, strange expressions appeared on their faces. "Everyone, do you have any objections to me handling this matter?" Lord Gould stood up and asked in a deep voice. "Lord Gould, according to the voting rules, you have more than half of the votes. You can directly become the new chairman. As the chairman, you can naturally deal with emergencies." Lord Ludwig had no intention of making things difficult for Gould. Even though he knew that Gould would definitely side with Lord Arthur, he didn't voice any objections. "Chairman Gould." A suzerain stood up and bowed. More and more suzerains stood up to show their support. "Alexis, is there a problem with the rank 5 Black Dragon bloodline power you taught me?" David asked through the master-servant contract. He also understood that there was a problem with the bloodline power he had injected. "Lord Arthur, there is absolutely no problem with the bloodline power. The ratio I designed was completely based on the rank 5 knight beside you." Black Dragon Alexis replied with certainty. The Black Dragon Alexis perception wouldn't be wrong. David also believed that. Moreover, David himself had also sensed the rank 5 Black Dragon bloodline power. There was no problem at all. Gould came to David's platform, checked the voting array, and asked, "Lord Arthur, why is your bloodline power not the shadow leopard bloodline?" Gould was telling David that the bloodline power that David had injected was of the wrong type. Every member of the Supreme Council, or rather all the nobles in the great world of God, had their family bloodline power recorded in the Supreme Council. Adding the bloodline power to the voting array to determine whether it was the bloodline power of the Lord's family was not to target anyone, but to prevent cheating in the voting. The correct bloodline power could only be determined through the voting array's bloodline power. David had injected the Black Dragon bloodline power, which was completely different from the Shadow Leopard bloodline power. Naturally, it immediately triggered the alarm. I don't know why, but there were some abnormalities in my bloodline power during the process of cultivation. The original bloodline power was replaced by another bloodline power. David had read a lot of books about the great world of God, and with his brain, it only took a moment for him to find an excuse. Are all the lords aware of this situation? Gould secretly gave David a look, hinting for David to rest assured, and then asked loudly. Lord Felix stood up and said, "I've seen a record of a knight with double bloodlines. One of the bloodlines was hidden. During the process of cultivation, the hidden bloodline power was activated and swallowed the original bloodline power. This requires the hidden bloodline to be more powerful than the other bloodline. No one would add insult to injury at this time. Lord Arthur was too powerful. Even if there was a problem with the bloodline power, with the support of Lord Gould, it wouldn't be a big problem. I've also seen this record." Another lord stood up and said. Many overlords testified, and one of them even took out a book from his spatial ring that recorded this passage. Lord Gould had a smile on his face. He had just seen the type of bloodline power Lord Arthur had injected into the voting matrix. It seemed that there wouldn't be any trouble. "Lord Arthur, please release the bloodline power," Lord Gould said to David. David nodded. He drew out the newly formed bloodline power from his sea of consciousness and directed it out of his palm. Black Dragon bloodline. Cries of surprise rang out one after another. At the same time, the lords couldn't help but look in Lord Fred's direction. Lord Arthur didn't just have 4 Black Dragon bloodline level 5 Temple Knights following him. He also had the Black Dragon bloodline. All kinds of speculations began to form in the minds of the lords. Of course, these speculations were all based on a large amount of information. First of all, why would Lord Arthur's bloodline power become the Black Dragon bloodline power? This required considering Lord Arthur's background. It was easy to determine Lord Arthur's father, but no one knew about his mother. No one even knew that the Luce family would place a direct descendant in the Interstellar Federation. It must be known that in the Interstellar Federation's environment, even if they were given the cultivation method of a knight, they wouldn't be able to achieve much. Thus, the reason the Luce family did this was most likely because they couldn't determine Lord Arthur's bloodline. This led to the conclusion that Lord Arthur's mother was most likely from the Morse family, which was also the origin of Lord Arthur's Black Dragon bloodline. Having two bloodlines at the same time, the Black Dragon bloodline devouring the Shadow Leopard bloodline, and the strong devouring the weak, this was something that had been recorded before. Although the probability of this happening was very small, it wasn't impossible. Looks of realization appeared on the faces of the lords. They also understood why Lord Arthur's cultivation speed was so fast. It was because of his Black Dragon bloodline. When they thought of the 4-level 5 Black Dragon bloodline Templar Knight by Lord Arthur's side, it meant that there was a faction helping Lord Arthur. This faction was extremely powerful, and there was a high possibility that it originated from the Morse family. After making up their minds, the lords all turned their gazes toward Lord Fred. Lord Fred was also dumbfounded. He could sense that Lord Arthur's bloodline power was indeed that of a pure level 5 Black Dragon bloodline. However, the problem was that no woman from the Morse family had gone missing. The old Baron Luce also didn't have the ability to marry a woman from the top-notch Morse family. Could it be that the family's bloodline power has really leaked out? Lord Fred thought inwardly. When they saw Lord Fred's expression, more thoughts appeared in the minds of the lords. A certain knight from the top-notch Morse family, who had been expelled from the family, had established a family with a Black Dragon bloodline and had been developing in secret all this time. This continued until he met the extremely talented Lord Arthur. This faction invested in Lord Arthur and successfully became a top-notch noble. In the history of the great world of God, there were many such stories. Of course, none of the main characters had ever reached Lord Arthur's status and strength. The lords felt as if they were witnessing history. While David was thinking about how he should continue explaining, he suddenly noticed that many of the lords' eyes were filled with understanding. Lord Arthur, after the on-site investigation and the testimonies of many lords, the change in your bloodline is a natural one. Please leave a copy of the Luce family's bloodline information later. Lord Gould announced with a smile. Bloodlines were perhaps extremely important to any knight. However, this didn't include the Luce family, which represented the entire family's combat power. Lord Gould asked David to leave a copy of the information, so that the Luce family would become a family with 2 bloodlines. This wasn't rare. Some nobles had been through many marriages, so it was common for families to have mixed bloodlines. Yes, Chairman Gould. David heaved a long sigh of relief. The matter of the bloodline was finally settled. The Supreme Council's election has ended. Please be punctual for the following reception, Chairman Gould announced as the host. He had already started exercising his authority. This reception was definitely the most high-class reception in the great world of God. It was also a tradition of the Supreme Council. In addition to all the lords, some nobles and 5th-level Sanctuary Knight would also be invited. Lord Arthur, come with me, Chairman Gould said to David. At this time, all the lords were preparing to change into their formal attire for the reception. They also needed to bring along their female companions to prepare for the reception. David had nothing to do and was about to find a place to rest when he was stopped by Lord Gould. Lord Fred was also preparing to look for David, but Chairman Gould beat him to it. David left the circular conference hall with 4 5th-level Sanctuary Knights and soon arrived at the chairman's office with Chairman Gould. Congratulations! David smiled casually and bowed to congratulate him when there was no one around. I have to thank you. If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't have had this opportunity, Chairman Gould said with a wave of his hand. You're being modest. Even if the White Dragon bloodline is temporarily dormant, it will eventually soar to the sky, David said with a wave of his hand. Speaking of bloodlines, you should first inject the Black Dragon bloodline, Chairman Gould said to David as he activated an array. Seeing how familiar Chairman Gould was with the chairman's office, David knew that this was the foundation. In a long history, the White Dragon bloodline had also been in charge of this office. That was why Chairman Gould was so familiar with this place. David inputted the power of the Black Dragon bloodline into the array, and Chairman Gould did something again. Okay, the Luce family has 2 kinds of bloodline power on file. Lord Arthur, you've been hiding it for a long time. You're not really related to the Morse family, are you? Chairman Gould finally couldn't hold back and asked the result he wanted to know the most. Why else would he have so many things to deal with as soon as he became a chairman? The first thing Chairman Gould did was to pull David to the office and inject the Black Dragon bloodline into David. It had to be known that the Black Dragon bloodline was inputted after the banquet, and it didn't matter if it was inputted after a few days. It was mainly because Chairman Gould was a little worried, so he talked to David first before Lord Fred and David met. The main family was able to reach their current position largely because of Lord Arthur. Lord Arthur himself wasn't interested in power, and Chairman Gould knew this very well. Lord Arthur was a training maniac. One could confirm this just by seeing that Lord Arthur still stayed alone on planet Gammy to train bitterly even after possessing a huge territory and wealth. Otherwise, with Lord Arthur's own influence and powerful strength, he could have gathered a group of lords with the heartwarming lotus seed soup. Even if Lord Arthur had only been a top noble for a short time, it wasn't impossible for him to compete with the other candidates. David didn't care if Chairman Gould believed him or not. He said the excuse he had thought of. This is the first time I've met Lord Fred of the Morse family today. The 5th-ranked temple knight beside me was arranged by an elder to protect me for my safety. I think that Lord Fred will look for you. With your current strength, it's impossible for him to be tough. You need to be careful not to be fooled. Chairman Gould reminded him. I'll pay attention, David replied with a smile. Pay more attention to the banquet later. Chairman Gould changed his expression and said with a smile. David's face was full of doubts. What else did he need to pay attention to? I heard that many top nobles brought the most beautiful women in their families this time, hoping to marry at the banquet. The biggest target of these top nobles is you, Chairman Gould said with a big laugh. David's face was slightly red. Although he was powerful to the peak of the great world of God, he still couldn't get used to this kind of joke. He couldn't help but feel the softest part of his heart, which belonged to Emma, who was far away in the Interstellar Federation. Chapter 919. Welcome to the banquet, and thank Lord Arthur for his generosity. Today, all the fine wine will be provided by Lord Arthur. Chairman Gould said with a smile as he stood in the middle of the banquet hall with a glass of red wine in his hand. He raised his glass to Lord Arthur, who was standing at the side, to express his gratitude. David smiled helplessly. He was indeed the one who provided the wine this time. At that time, Chairman Gould had offered to purchase it. This time, Chairman Gould was the host of the banquet. How could David let Chairman Gould purchase it? Hence, he gave him 1,000 bottles of red wine. Fortunately, the space inside the space pendant was large enough, and the energy clone also had some free time. Hence, he had prepared enough red wine. Of course, David also understood what Chairman Gould meant. He was showing all the guests that he had a close relationship with him. The Supreme Council banquet has officially begun. Chairman Gould announced loudly while raising his glass of red wine. The top aristocratic musicians in the great world of God played music, and the banquet officially began with all the guests raising their glasses. David was somewhat glad that he had brought 4 level 5 knights of the sanctuary with him. Just like Chairman Gould said, there were a lot of female guests attending the banquet. If it weren't for the 4 level 5 knights of the sanctuary surrounding him, some of the female guests would have long come over. The female guests who could attend such a banquet were naturally not ordinary women. Most of them had the status of a countess and were true aristocrats. All the female guests had received strict education on aristocratic etiquette. Even the gowns they were wearing were luxurious. It could be said that these women were the top women in the great world of God, be it in terms of appearance or culture. David also had the intention to leave behind an heir for the top aristocrat he had created in the great world of God. Unfortunately, his biggest problem now was his body. His soul and body had been transformed into that of a young black dragon, and he had to at least reach the legendary level before he could fully control his body. Otherwise, he would hurt the women who were close to him. Besides, even if he could control his body, Emma would not be there. No matter how hard he tried, it would be useless. For this reason, David had the 4 temple knight of the 5th rank stand at his 4 corners. He reckoned that there weren't many powerhouses present who could break through this defense. That is Lord Arthur. In the small circle of young nobles, a female knight secretly glanced at David on the other side and said softly, "If it were any other man, the knight would have approached him directly." However, Lord Arthur obviously didn't want anyone to disturb him. Coupled with Lord Arthur's reputation, the knight didn't dare to approach him. However, this did not stop the dame from admiring Lord Arthur. He was strong and disciplined. "Yes, I really want to go over and get to know him." Another countess nodded. The words of the two ladies made the men in the small circle very unhappy, but they all knew very well in their hearts that they could not be compared with Lord Arthur. They were invited to the banquet by their families, and Lord Arthur was a member of the Supreme Council. He could be considered as half the host of the banquet. The few ladies had different mentalities from the men. They came to the banquet because the family's mission was to let them get close to Lord Arthur. It was important to know that women who could obtain a title of nobility were highly valued by the family. To a certain extent, they were also a bargaining chip of the noble family. It was not easy to obtain a title of nobility. One had to complete a certain task. These are not things that the ladies could do. They had to use the power of the family's knight and be completed by the family's knight. Most of the ladies who attended the banquet this time had a clear purpose. In the past, the ladies would be disgusted by the family's assignment of such a task. However, it was different this time. The ladies were very enthusiastic about the task. A young and powerful lord with great power and wealth was the dream of all the ladies. It was just that Lord Arthur usually kept too low a profile. Even if it was a banquet organized by Lord Arthur, these ladies would not be able to attend, let alone get close to Lord Arthur. Just as all the ladies could only look at their target, unable to get close to him, Lord Fred led a young lady towards Lord Arthur. Lord Fred stood beside the 4-level 5-temple knights and looked at David with a smile as he asked, "Lord Arthur, can we have a chat?" "Lord Fred, please," David said with a nod and a smile. The level 5-temple knight in front of him stepped aside, and Lord Fred led the lady to his side. "This is my daughter, Dorothea. She has inherited the Black Dragon bloodline. Her talent as a knight is not bad." Lord Fred introduced the lady beside him to David. David's gaze swept across Dorothea. This young lady was already at the pinnacle of the Earth Knight realm. She was only around 17 years old. One could say that her talent was very high. It must be known that the inheritance of top-notch nobles was not like that of ordinary nobles, where they would forcibly raise their knight's realm without regard for the consequences. The knights of top-notch nobles were extremely stable at every rank. This was also the reason why top-notch nobles were more likely to produce high-ranking knights. After seeing Dorothea's strength, David began to size up her appearance. None of the ladies who could attend the banquet were ugly. The majority of the ladies could be described as peerless beauties, and Dorothea was a top-notch existence among all the ladies present. This was also understandable. Most of the top-notch nobles in the aristocratic circle would marry beautiful ladies. After countless years of genetic modification, top-notch nobles, regardless of their gender, were all very good-looking. "Greetings, Lord Arthur." Dorothea greeted him with a knight salute. When David noticed Dorothea's salute, he discovered that Dorothea was actually not a lady. With the power of the Morse family, it would not be difficult for Lord Fred to obtain a lady's title for his daughter. "Greetings, Miss Dorothea." David greeted her with a smile as he returned a knight's salute. "Lord Arthur, Dorothea has been fond of cultivating as a knight since she was young. She does not wish for me to arrange a title for her. Instead, she wishes to obtain the title herself." Lord Fred continued to introduce Dorothea to David with a smile. "I did not expect Miss Dorothea to have such courage." David praised sincerely. David had participated in the aristocratic merit mission before. He knew how dangerous it was. Sometimes, the information was not accurate, and the enemy could become unknowingly powerful. Every year, many knights would die in the missions. "Lord Arthur, you are my role model. I hope to become a temple knight like you one day," Dorothea said with sparkling eyes. However, David noticed that Dorothea's gaze was very familiar. It was the same gaze that a fan of the Interstellar Federation would have when they saw their idol. "You have a lot of hope." David did not wish to crush Dorothea's confidence, so he encouraged her. Dorothea possessed the Black Dragon bloodline. Her chances of becoming a knight of the temple were much higher than ordinary knights. However, becoming a temple knight was not only about talent, but also a lot of luck. "I will work hard." Dorothea clenched her fists and said in an unladylike manner. At this moment, David discovered that Lord Fred had quietly left. "Lord Arthur, you also possess the Black Dragon bloodline. What cultivation technique do you practice?" Dorothea asked curiously. If David had not seen Lord Fred, who was leaving, suddenly stop in his tracks, clearly frightened by Dorothea's question, he would have thought that Lord Fred had instructed her to do so. "I practice a Kokyoho technique that is suitable for the Black Dragon bloodline after modifying many knight cultivation techniques." David did not mind and replied. Asking about cultivation techniques was absolutely forbidden among knights. This already involved the secrets of knights. David and Dorothea's conversation gave the surrounding ladies hope. More lords brought their daughters over and joined the conversation. They then left their daughters behind. Inexplicably, there were 6 beautiful women by David's side. Chatting with a beautiful woman could be considered a pleasure, but once there were too many of them, David could not stand it anymore. None of these beauties were simple, and there was a hidden meaning in their words. Dorothea, who was relatively innocent, kept stroking the space ring on her finger. David knew that she was a knight preparing for battle. If this were not the Supreme Council's cocktail party, Dorothea would have already put on her knight's armor and stepped in to solve the problem. "Excuse me," David said aloud when he saw Chairman Gould and Charlie not far away. When the beauties saw the direction David was heading in, they did not dare to ask him to stay. "Lord Arthur, is there anyone you like? I can be your referral." Chairman Gould said jokingly when he saw David walking over. "I need to stabilize my strength. Let's talk about it in a few years," David said with a smile. Chairman Gould took a serious look at David and then looked back at Charlie. One of his hands had patted the back of Charlie's head. "Look at Lord Arthur, and then look at yourself. Go back and train in seclusion for 3 months," Chairman Gould said in a deep voice. Charlie looked at David with a resentful gaze, not understanding how he had ended up in such a state. Charlie's strength has improved very quickly. It's good to consolidate it, David said with a smile. David was not talking nonsense. Charlie's strength had improved a little too quickly, probably because he had been stimulated by his continuous improvement. However, this was definitely not a good thing. David's own situation was special. Without special abilities and a strong spirit, the rapid improvement of his strength would cause instability in his foundation, which would be troublesome for him when he advanced to a level 5 Sanctum Knight in the future. With Charlie's identity, he would inevitably inherit the main family in the future. Without the strength of a level 5 Sanctum Knight, it would be difficult to convince the public. "Lord Arthur, I'm afraid your strength has surpassed mine," Chairman Gould said with a bloodline power that only the two of them could hear. Chairman Gould knew about Charlie's situation, but this was because Charlie's cultivation was all under his control. He could use his bloodline power to explore the situation in Charlie's body at any time. On the other hand, David only needed a glance to know Charlie's condition. The difference between the two of them shocked Speaker Gould. "My strength has improved a little recently," David replied with a smile. Chairman Gould shook his head and did not speak. He thought of David's stable strength just now. He even suspected whether David had the hope of breaking through to level 5. That was Chairman Gould's dream. For this dream, his 4 companions from childhood gave their lives. "If you can reach another realm, be sure to tell me and let me feel that realm," Chairman Gould said softly. "Definitely." David looked at Chairman Gould's firm expression and said in a deep voice, "I hope you succeed as soon as possible." Chairman Gould said with a laugh, "Charlie, accompany me to meet a friend," David said to Charlie. It was not good to disturb Chairman Gould for too long. Today was an important day for Chairman Gould. "Okay," Charlie said weakly. But when he saw Chairman Gould looking at him, Charlie suddenly became spirited. "Knight Miller, we meet again. This is Knight Charlie. You two should get to know each other." David saw Knight Miller when he brought Charlie over. He also hoped that the two could become friends. "Lord Arthur, do you really think we don't know each other?" Although Charlie said this, he still bowed to Knight Miller seriously. "Lord Arthur, Knight Charlie and I have met at banquet before, but we didn't talk much." Knight Miller was not as casual as Charlie. He said after bowing to both of them, "Knight Miller, I don't know your family. Can you introduce them to me?" David said to Knight Miller with a smile. Knight Miller's face showed excitement. Lord Arthur's reputation was prominent. Although his family was also a top aristocrat, it could only be regarded as the bottom of the top aristocrats. It would be of great benefit for his family to get to know Lord Arthur. Charlie was very familiar with David. When he heard David's words, he couldn't help but be surprised. It must be known that David didn't put any forces in his eyes. It was extremely rare for him to take the initiative to get to know a noble. Especially with David's current status, he didn't need to take the initiative to get to know others. Even if it was a top aristocrat, as long as he wanted, there would be a top aristocrat rushing to make friends with him. Knight Miller's attitude also made Charlie pay attention to Knight Miller. Although he didn't know the reason, it must have something to do with Knight Miller. David didn't have any other intentions. When he was in Warstar, he was taken care of by Knight Miller and Baron Dubois. Baron Dubois not only saved his life, but also gave him a level 5 material as a spoil of war. Now that he had some ability, David naturally tried to take care of Knight Miller and Baron Dubois' families as much as possible. Under the guidance of Knight Miller, they came to the other side of the banquet. When David saw Lord Llewellyn, he recognized him as the lord of the Conant family. The Conant family, or all the top aristocrats standing on this side of the banquet, were separated from the top aristocrats on the other side of the banquet. Although the great world of God had a planet-level teleportation gate, ordinary goods couldn't be transported through the planet-level teleportation gate. The teleportation fee alone couldn't make up for the difference in price. Therefore, the nearby planets relied on cargo ships similar to starships to carry out large-scale exchanges of goods. This also caused the aristocrats of the great world of God to have a certain degree of starfield estrangement. Chapter 9:20. Of course, this didn't mean that there weren't any special existences like Planet Gammy. Even if it was far away in a corner of the great world of God, due to David's identity, it would immediately become a popular planet if it was opened. Lord Llewellyn saw Lord Arthur approaching, and his face flashed with surprise. He had heard that Lord Arthur seemed to treat Knight Millet differently when he was on planet Warstar, but he didn't expect them to walk together in this kind of situation. It had to be known that Lord Arthur's influence in the great world of God far exceeded that of the top nobles on planet Warstar, the #1 knight of the great world of God, and coupled with his recent record of killing a 5th-rank bishop, Lord Arthur could be said to be at the peak of his power. "Father, this is Lord Arthur, and this is Knight Charlie." Knight Millet introduced them to Lord Llewellyn. "No need for introductions, Lord Arthur. I've heard a lot about you. We met at the meeting, but I didn't have the chance to meet you. And Knight Charlie, you're really a young hero, having such strength at such a young age." Lord Llewellyn took the initiative to bow to David and Charlie. Lord Llewellyn didn't neglect Knight Charlie and praised both David and Charlie as he spoke. Knight Charlie was backed by the main family, which was now the #1 family among the top nobles. "Lord Llewellyn, it's an honor to meet you." David also bowed very formally in return. "I heard Millet mention that you took care of him on planet Warstar. As his father, I want to thank you." Lord Llewellyn didn't know how to start the conversation. He only had Knight Millet as his connection with David, so he said this. "Knight Millet and I are fated to meet, so there's no need to mention taking care of him. Right, my planet Duner hopes to have some business cooperation with Planet Conant. What do you think?" David said with a smile. Lord Llewellyn was stunned. The meaning of Lord Arthur's words was not simple. If the business cooperation was spontaneous, then it was only a business cooperation. Like Lord Arthur's invitation, it was a real cooperation. This was a sign that the two top families had officially become friends. Besides, what kind of planet was Duner? It was an extremely famous commercial planet in the entire great world of God. Being able to cooperate with Duner meant that the Conant family would have a lot of benefits. Profit was a small matter. The key was that the partner was Lord Arthur. With the current reputation of Lord Arthur, the Conant family would gain a lot of benefits. Of course I agree. Planet Conant will definitely cooperate fully, Lord Llewellyn said with a sincere smile. Lord Arthur came over to express his goodwill, which made many lords very envious. They couldn't wait to pull Knight Millet over to become their own son. How could such a child who could bring great benefits to the family not be their own? David and Lord Llewellyn exchanged contact information, and David didn't stay for long. He was worried that being too enthusiastic would make Lord Llewellyn suspicious. David took Charlie and Knight Millet to visit all the lords and level 5 temple knights he was familiar with. These lords and temple knights naturally understood David's intention. He was introducing his connections to these two young people. Charlie's side was a bit better. It didn't matter whether he borrowed Lord Arthur's power or not, because his father, Chairman Gould's influence was also not small. But Knight Millet was different. David took him around like this, which greatly increased the influence of Knight Millet in the circle of nobles. This was also the greatest help David could give. He had a brotherly relationship with Knight Millet in the Interstellar Federation, but in the great world of God, this much help was already the limit. David, like many lords, left before the end of the banquet. In the small world of the God of War was sitting on a golden throne. Below the golden throne, 2 battle formations of 10,000 people were fighting. This was also the hobby of the God of War. He liked to watch battle formations fight. Both sides of the battle formations of 10,000 people were knights. They were all level 5 temple knights. If someone saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. In the small world of the God of War, there were 20,000 level 5 temple knights who were regarded as the top fighting force in the great world of God. Of course, these level 5 temple knights were just the souls of level 5 temple knights who believed in the God of War returning to the small world. The God of War used divine power to rebuild the body of a level 5 temple knight. This extreme waste was enough to make any evil god go crazy. It must be known that evil gods didn't even dare to breathe too much in order to save the consumption of divine power. But the God of War consumed a lot of divine power on this trivial matter. With the strength of the God of War, the level 5 Temple Knight's strength was not much help to him. Even if the number of Temple Knights of the 5th rank reached 20,000, the assistance they could provide in battle was extremely limited. The 2 battle formations of knight clashed. This was a real battle. No knight would hold back. As the long swords were waved, knights constantly fell. The battle of 20,000 level 5 Temple Knights caused devastating damage to the area below the Golden Throne. The battle ended quickly. After half an hour, one side lost half of their level 5 knight as the price to kill the other side. The God of War waved his hand, and divine power from all over the small world gathered towards him. The level 5 Temple Knights who fell to the ground stood up, their fatal injuries completely healed. This was not a healing spell. The body of a level 5 Temple Knight was made with divine power. As long as the soul was not destroyed, divine power could be used to restore the body and achieve the effect of resurrection. But the price of this was a large consumption of divine power. But looking at the God of War's appearance, he did not feel the slightest bit of heartache about wasting divine power. Just as the God of War recovered the ground where the 25,000 level 5 Temple Knights had fought, a connection of faith attracted his attention. The God of War was a little interested in the sacrifice of the shrines of war. He connected to the sacrifice and sensed the item on the altar. He could not help but have a smile on his face. A sacrifice that could interest the God of War was naturally not an ordinary item. The God of War looked at the sacrifice. With a wave of his hand, a huge rune array rose up. This was all forcibly set up by divine power. The sacrifice fell into the center of the rune array. The God of War continuously used divine power to draw runes on the sacrifice. In the process of drawing, A proud smile appeared on the god of war's face. In the small world of the god of death, on a huge altar made of countless white bones, the god of death wrapped in black fog had not moved at all for tens of thousands of years. On one hand, sleeping reduced the god of death's consumption. On the other hand, it was also a kind of accumulation waiting for the day when the god of death would explode. However, today was different. The black fog on the god of death's body kept rolling. Figures appeared in the small world. They crawled on the ground and loudly chanted the god of death's book. The originally dark, small world slowly brightened. A star formed by energy rose into the sky, dispersing the thin fog that shrouded the small world. The chanting became louder and louder. The divine power that praised the god of death in the book turned into light spots and sank into the god of death's divine body. The changes in the small world indicated that the sleeping god of death was waking up. This kind of forced awakening would only be forced to awaken the sleeping god of death when an event occurred that was beyond the control of the sleeping god of death. At least in the past tens of thousands of years, the god of death had not woken up. The god of death on the white bone throne slowly opened his eyes. It was a pair of indescribable eyes. The completely black pupils were not confused because of the tens of thousands of years of sleep. Instead, they were flashing with spiritual light. The god of death did not move. Just the awakening of his consciousness had consumed a lot of his divine power. He did not immediately activate his divine body. The god of death's mind began to flip through the previous records. All the automatically handled events quickly flashed through his mind. Although the awakening of the god of death was related to David, it was not directly related. In fact, the main reason for the awakening of the god of death was the god of war. David had given the corpse of the 5th grade bishop of Monsalet to the shrines of war. The shrines of war had offered the corpse to the god of war. Although Bishop McKinley had explained why the corpse of the 5th grade bishop of Monsalet was precious and valuable, Bishop McKinley had underestimated the importance of the corpse. After the god of war obtained the corpse of the 5th grade bishop of Monsalet, he used the corpse to cast a special divine spell. The corpse of the 5th grade bishop of Monsalet had the divine grace of the god of death. This divine grace would remain in the body of the 5th grade bishop of Monsalet for a certain period of time. Even if the 5th grade bishop of Monsalet died, there would still be divine grace in his corpse. The god of war used this divine grace to expend a large amount of divine power, to cast a divine spell, and forcefully awaken the god of death. To be honest, this divine spell was definitely harmful to others and not beneficial to oneself. However, the god of war had an extremely large amount of divine power. With the constant replenishment of the great world of God, he did not care about the consumption of divine power at all. The divine grace was connected to the divine body of the god of death. The god of war used this connection to awaken the god of death through divine spells. This awakening did not cause any substantial harm to the god of death, nor did it benefit the god of war. However, the god of death was indeed unlucky. Being forcefully awakened was equivalent to interrupting tens of thousands of years of accumulation. In particular, each awakening would consume a large amount of divine power. Therefore, a short hibernation was extremely uneconomical. The god of death quickly understood everything that had happened. The 7th satellite of planet Pelia, where the black dragon Alexis was, had been destroyed. The 5th grade bishop of Bunyan and the 5th grade bishop of Monsalet, who had just been promoted by the divine grace that he had bestowed upon him, had been killed. This caused the awakened god of death to fall into extreme anger. Arthur Luce, blasphemer of the gods. The god of death's voice echoed in the small world. The chanting voice in the small world also became the voice of Arthur Luce, blasphemer of the gods. This voice was like a curse, affecting the main world through some kind of world law. The wrath of a god could not be resisted by mortals. The people of the great world of God were not afraid of the gods for no reason. When the gods determined someone, they could affect that person through their name. The Grim Reaper, a god who studied death, had a special understanding of curses. It wasn't difficult for him to make a mortal be affected by a curse. The faint curse in the main world was looking for the blasphemer named Arthur Luce. Unfortunately, the rules of the main world did not help the god of death successfully curse Arthur Luce. The god of death's plan to use the power of the small world to affect and even curse a mortal to death had already ended. Who would have thought that Lord Arthur, the #1 knight of the great world of God, the youngest 5th-grade knight of the temple, and the top noble lord, would have a fake name? Even if everyone in the great world of God believed that David was Arthur Luce, the rules of the main world clearly knew that Arthur Luce was the person whose bloodline source was extracted in the Interstellar Federation's laboratory and who died in the Interstellar Federation. David and Arthur Luce were two completely different individuals in the eyes of the rules of the main world. The god of death used the rules to curse David. He first chose the wrong name. The god of death's curse was cursing a dead person who died in the world of the Interstellar Federation. Even his soul did not return to the great world of God. In the god of death's small world, the god of death's voice suddenly stopped. The other sounds in the small world also stopped. The momentary silence made the small world seem extremely strange. The curse didn't find its target, and it didn't even get any response from the rules of the main world. The god of death had an awkward feeling in his heart. This feeling hadn't appeared since he became a god, but it appeared today. After he woke up, he mobilized the small world with great fanfare and cursed a mortal, announcing to the main world that the god of death had awakened. However, this result was not ideal. Lord Arthur was not cursed, but the god of death had used up his divine power. Even if the people in the small world were all believers of the god of death, and their faith in the god of death made them not have any thoughts of going against the god of death still felt awkward. After the awkwardness was extreme anger. The god of death felt that he had been played by a mortal. Actually, the god of death should first find trouble with the god of war, because it was the god of war who had forcefully awakened him. However, the god of death did not dare. The god of war was probably waiting for him to find him. The god of war was bored every day. If the god of death really went to find the god of war, the god of death would probably become the god of war's new toy in the next 10,000 years. The god of death's first anger did not succeed. The second anger was even more violent. All the level 5 bishops of the main world's gods of dusk felt the anger from the god of death, no matter where they were. The gods of dusk was jointly established by the 12 gods. Under normal circumstances, the other gods would not disturb non-believers because the price to pay to affect non-believers was to use up their divine power. The god of death, in his rage, used up his divine power as the price to issue an order to the gods of dusk to kill Arthur Luce. Chapter 921. Under the gaze of the 12 statues, 12 level 5 bishops gathered in the hall. They were all the level 5 bishops that the gods dusk could gather in a short period of time. They were all suspended in the air with solemn expressions. The atmosphere in the hall was extremely tense. The oracle sent by the god was one of the few major events since the establishment of the gods dusk. It just so happened that the 12 level 5 bishops had been summoned previously and had yet to leave. They gathered together to discuss how to deal with it. Everyone, I'm sure you've all received the oracle sent by the great god of death. Share your opinions. Bishop Ironside, who is still a believer of the god of fire, presided over the meeting. Bishop Ironside didn't express his opinion. Opposing the oracle wasn't a big deal to him because the god of death wasn't the god he believed in. However, he also knew that he couldn't be the first to raise his opinion, as that would anger the god of death. Kill Lord Arthur? What are we going to use to kill him? Kingsley asked in a mocking tone. In the main hall, his voice that sounded like a man's and a woman's voice continuously changed, indicating that his emotions were not as calm as he appeared. In the entire great world of God, Lord Arthur was probably the most popular, apart from the new chairman of the Supreme Council, Gould. In particular, the relationship between Lord Arthur and Chairman Gould was known throughout the great world of God. At this time, Lord Arthur's own strength aside, The influence of the Supreme Council alone made it impossible for them to chase after Lord Arthur. The strength of the gods' dusk didn't lie in their combat power, but in their ability to hide and avoid fatal attacks. Chasing after Lord Arthur would definitely expose the gods' dusk to the Supreme Council's intelligence network, and would likely cause great losses to the gods' dusk. Of course, what made Bishop Kingsley the most displeased was that the god of death's own incarnation had been killed by Lord Arthur, and yet he still ordered them to chase after Lord Arthur. Wasn't that sending them to their deaths? Chase after him with our lives. Bishop Buford added coldly. The atmosphere in the hall immediately cooled down. For a moment, the 12 grade 5 bishops stopped talking. After a full 5 minutes, Ironside's grade 5 bishops scanned all the grade 5 bishops again. You guys should express your opinions too, the level 5 bishop of Ironside said to the remaining level 5 bishops in a deep voice. His goal was simple. He wanted all the grade 5 bishops to express their opinions. Only then would he be able to reach a consensus. He would not betray all the grade 5 bishops just because a grade 5 bishop did not express his opinion. I don't believe in the great god of death. The god of death said that I can't contradict the orders of my lord. My main goal is to manage my faith well, not to send me to my death. Bunyan and Mons Salat are dead. Do you want me to die as well? I do not fear death, but my life belongs to my lord. Without my master's orders, I will not die. One after another, the grade 5 bishops express their opinions. As more and more grade 5 bishops expressed their opinions, some of the grade 5 bishops who didn't want to speak had no choice but to express the same opinion. At a time like this, none of the grade 5 bishops could stay out of the matter. The grade 5 bishops present all silently agreed on one thing. Fighting against Lord Arthur, whether it was an assassination or an ambush, would only result in death. No one doubted Lord Arthur's strength. Lord Arthur had placed his strength in the hearts of the grade 5 bishops through his numerous victories. Most importantly, the death of the god of death's avatar had caused the grade 5 bishops to lose their will to fight. Everyone's opinion is the same. Then, the twilight of the gods will maintain its previous attitude towards Lord Arthur. We will drag this out slowly, the grade 5 bishop of Ironside said in a deep voice. Ever since President Gould came to power, the great world of God had entered a period of peace. The activities of the evil god's followers had decreased. David was also training in seclusion on planet Gammy. The two culprits behind the deaths of the nobles did not do anything. Even the workload of the aristocratic affairs office had decreased a lot. Only the war shrines were a little abnormal. They doubled the merits of the followers of the god of death, causing almost half of the recent missions to be exterminating the followers of the god of death. A month had passed. Many of the top nobles in the seemingly peaceful great world of God had seen a strange situation. In the beginning, it was the war shrines. Later, the other shrines also participated in the extermination of the followers of the god of death. Sometimes, the shrines even took action directly without having the time to issue missions. This was completely different from the normal mission of the shrines. Shrines rarely participated in worldly affairs. As long as the matter of the followers of the evil god was not too important, they would issue missions for the night to complete. That time on planet Duner, a grade 5 shrines had appeared. That was why the shrines of justice and earth were sent out together. Recently, the followers of the god of death that the 5 shrines had exterminated were all ordinary followers. The followers of the god of death that the shrine's intelligence system had not been dealt with were all eliminated this time. This was a method of exterminating the followers of the god of death, so the top nobles had no choice but to reconsider. Of course, the large number of missions also caused the top nobles to revel. Lord Gould had added heartwarming lotus seed soup to the list of merit points that could be exchanged for. Although the top nobles found the cost of one bottle of heartwarming lotus seed soup to be expensive, this clearly marked price allowed the value of heartwarming lotus seed soup to be standardized. It just so happened that the rewards for the missions related to the followers of the god of death were doubled. These missions had almost no chance of falling into the hands of the other nobles, and the Knight of the top nobles became madly active. In truth, this was an order that the war god had issued to make up for his rash actions. After the other gods learned of this, they began to participate. The war god had awakened the god of death only out of boredom. The war god and the other four gods controlled the great world of God, and it could be said that they had everything they wanted. However, the war god's favorite thing was still war. In the unified great world of God, there would be no major wars, which made the warmongering war god extremely bored. Although the battles on Warstar seemed frequent, everyone knew that battles that did not involve rank 5 experts were not important. The war god did not care about the battles on Warstar. Moreover, that place was where the three worlds converged. If too much power was used, Warstar would be destroyed. In this situation, how could the war god give up on the opportunity to awaken the god of death? However, the war god had forgotten to discuss with the other four gods before awakening the god of death. Everything he was doing now was to make up for any potential harm that might occur after the awakening of the god of death. For 1 month, the god of death in the god of death's small world remained in his sleeping posture, not moving his body. In this small world, he was the ruler of it, and he did not need to move his body to arrange everything. Today, the god of death finally lost his patience. He had waited for 1 month, wanting to see the dusk of the gods move. But in this month, the rank 5 bishop of the dusk of the gods had not accomplished anything. If that was all, the god of death might have believed that he had not succeeded in hunting down Lord Arthur, and would have continued to wait. This bit of time did not mean much to a god, and the god of death could have passed by in a daze. However, in this 1 month, the god of death sensed that his believers were constantly dying, and the speed at which they were dying was clearly abnormal. The god of death used a divine spell to check the movements of the 12 5th-level bishops, who were the recipients of the prophecy in the past month. If not for the god of death's suspicions, he would never have used such an act of consuming divine power. The divine spell flickered with golden light, forming a round mirror in front of the god of death. The round mirror was divided into 12 parts, and each part had a figure. Due to the influence of the oracle, the 12 rank 5 bishops all had the aura of the god of death, which allowed the divine spell to track them. Ever since that day, the movements of the 12 rank 5 bishops appeared in the round mirror. The god of death was shocked to discover that the 12 rank 5 bishops had not left the dusk of the gods. The god of death's suspicions grew. The attitude of the 12 rank 5 bishops made him wonder if the other 11 ancient gods were trying to isolate him. For this reason, the god of death consumed his divine power again and used a divine spell to check on the situation of the other 11 ancient gods' believers. The 11 ancient gods' believers did not disappear in large numbers, and only the god of death believers were being purged. The god of death was enraged, and this anger was even stronger than his hatred for Lord Arthur. This was because once the god of death's believers were purged, he would not be able to recruit a large number of believers without a rank 5 bishop, and his source of faith would dry up. This was basically cutting off the existence of the god of death, and the god of death could not tolerate such a thing happening. Since all of you can do such a thing, then I have to think for myself, the god of death said in a low voice. The 12 ancient gods of the dusk of the gods had not only established the dusk of the gods organization, but also left a backup plan for when they woke up in the future. According to the agreement, the god of death and the other 11 ancient gods would wake up at the same time, and by then, the 12 ancient gods would launch their backup plan at the same time, causing great chaos in the great world of God. This would give the 12 ancient gods a chance to regain control of the great world of God and become the masters of the great world of God. The god of death knew better than any other gods how cunning his allies were, and it was because he knew this that he would think that everything he encountered was secretly manipulated by the 11 ancient gods. Perhaps not all of the 11 ancient gods were involved, but there must be an ancient god involved. Otherwise, why would the rank 5 bishop of the dusk of the gods dare to disobey the god's order? And why would the god of death believers in the great world of God keep dying? Even the god of death suspected that the information about the seventh satellite of planet Urlu was leaked by the dusk of the gods. Otherwise, no one would have discovered it for tens of thousands of years, and it would not have been so easily discovered and destroyed. The god of death's guess was getting more and more outrageous, but once such a guess appeared, it was like a poisonous snake that kept running around in his heart, and all kinds of vicious thoughts flashed through his mind. A god could not use divine spells to judge the behavior of another god, and this was also the reason why the god of death could not use divine spells to get the real answer. Perhaps the 12-rank 5 bishops of the dusk of the gods and the bored god of war did not expect that their random actions would cause the god of death to be suspicious of his allies. This kind of suspicion kept fermenting and finally turned into action, causing a big trouble that was enough to shake the great world of God. However, this was a good thing for the great world of God, because the big trouble was caused when only the god of death woke up, but it was still much better than when all 12 ancient gods woke up. The god of death opened his eyes, and his gaze looked outside the small world, and his hands moved divine power. In the chaotic galaxy between the guardian planet and planet Tula, a barren planet was alone and surrounded by a dim star. This planet did not have an environment for humans to live in, and it was not only humans, but also no creatures or plants could survive on this planet. This was also commonly known as the Death Planet. The main reason was that the star could not provide enough heat, and the biggest reason was that there was a layer of matter on the surface of the planet that would kill any creature that came in contact with it. This planet had been baptized by the war of the gods tens of thousands of years ago, and the death matter on the surface was left behind by that war. However, no one knew that under the surface of this planet, the death matter hid a huge secret. In the interior of the planet, there was a huge space, and in the space was a complicated and ancient god's pattern array. 12 streaks of divine power sealed this god's pattern array, causing it to be unable to operate. The 12 streaks of divine power formed a balanced energy structure. Although each of the 12 streaks of divine power was not strong, under the effect of this balanced energy structure, they became extremely sturdy and could still exist after tens of thousands of years. Even after tens of thousands of years, they could still exist. The materials used in the God's pattern array were special materials that could only be made by gods, so the God's pattern array would not be affected by time. At this time, in the balanced energy structure formed by the 12 streaks of divine power, the streak of divine power that belonged to the god of death suddenly disappeared. The god of death dispelled the streak of divine power that he left here, and this action broke the balanced energy structure. With the disappearance of the divine power of death, the god's pattern array absorbed the energy in the space bit by bit, and the light on the god's pattern array flashed. As the energy in the god's pattern array increased, the other 11 streaks of divine power became more and more unstable. As this side became more and more unstable, the god's pattern array in the seal absorbed more and more energy. With a crisp sound, the seal formed by the 11 streaks of divine power finally dissipated. After tens of thousands of years of balance, after one of the streaks of divine power was extracted, the seal collapsed. Without the seal of divine power, a whirlpool formed above the god's pattern array, and the god's pattern array hungrily absorbed the space energy. The hard death matter on the surface of the planet cracked, and the broken matter was sucked into the interior, and was stirred into fine dust by the space energy in the whirlpool of the god's pattern array. Chapter 9:22. On this unknown planet, the surface of the planet was constantly collapsing inwards. The spatial vortex on the divine array seemed to be able to devour everything. No matter what it was, it would be pulverized as soon as it approached. The 5th-level temple knight of the guardian planet, Dexter, was in the middle of cultivating when he suddenly felt the energy become berserk. Even with his strength as a 5th-level temple knight, he was somewhat unable to smoothly guide the energy into his body. Fortunately, Dexter's 5th level Temple Knight was very experienced. He forcefully stopped his cultivation, although there would be some backlash, causing him to be unable to cultivate for at least 10 days. If the berserk energy entered his body, the damage would be even greater. Dexter's 5th level Temple Knight opened his eyes. The first thing he did was to activate the energy detection array. A glaring red light constantly flashed on the array. "Dexter, we're in trouble." Narsen's 5th level Temple Knight's voice was amplified by his bloodline power and transmitted into the cultivation room. Narsen's 5th level Temple Knight was the other Guardian Knight of the Guardian planet. He was the one who had been patrolling just now. "Narsen, I was almost injured in the energy riot. What's the matter?" Dexter's 5th level Temple Knight opened the door of the cultivation room and saw the energy clone of Narsen's 5th level Temple Knight. There's a strong spatial energy reaction coming from the center of the star field of chaos. It's either a spatial explosion or someone is deliberately destroying space. Narsen's energy clone replied. Dexter's 5th level Temple Knight also became somewhat anxious when he heard this. However, before he understood the situation, he couldn't report it. The 2 5th level Temple Knight were left here to solve the problem. If the 2 5th level Temple Knight couldn't solve the problem, the Supreme Council would also need time to gather manpower and organize a stronger force. This wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. Such a large-scale operation required accurate information. It couldn't be decided based on the perception and guesses of 2 5th level Temple Knight. Dexter's 5th ranked Temple Knight took to the air at his fastest speed. Arriving in the sky, he saw Nelson's 5th ranked Temple Knight observing the distance. In outer space, without the influence of the atmosphere, Dexter, a level 5 Knight of the Holy Temple, could clearly sense the violent spatial energy. Dexter's 5th ranked Temple Knight and Nelson's 5th ranked Temple Knight glanced at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. Although they had never sensed such a scale of spatial energy before, they could imagine the consequences of such a violent spatial energy. Every independent world had the protection of space. If beings from outside the world wanted to enter, they had to break through the barriers of space. However, how could the spatial barrier be broken so easily? The most recent time the spatial barrier was broken was due to the intersection of the great world of God, the Interstellar Federation, and the insectoid world. When the 3 worlds intersected, the spatial barrier was broken, but it also formed the war star that they all shared. However, after suffering the frenzied attacks of the insectoids, the great shaman of the great world of God borrowed the power of God to add a spatial barrier between Warstar and the great world of God. This spatial barrier protected the great world of God to a certain extent, which was why the insectoids had invaded a large portion of the Interstellar Federation, but the great world of God was basically unaffected because of this spatial barrier. Only a small number of insectoids could pass through this spatial barrier. Large numbers of insectoids would be blocked by the spatial barrier. This spatial barrier allowed the insectoids to focus their attacks on the Interstellar Federation. The great world of God, which did not have much defensive power, An unknown planet, or rather, it was no longer a planet. This was a rune array created by God. After absorbing a large amount of spatial energy, it turned into a spatial energy ball. This spatial energy ball was extremely unstable. Every time the spatial energy ball flickered, it would affect the spatial barrier of the great world of God. The spatial energy ball was still devouring spatial energy. The planet had long since disappeared, becoming nourishment for the spatial energy ball. The purpose of this rune array was to continuously absorb spatial energy and use it to break through the spatial barrier, opening a window in the spatial barrier. This was the preparation that the 12 ancient gods had made tens of thousands of years ago. For this rune array, the 12 ancient gods had paid a price. Some of the 12 ancient gods had taken out God-made materials, some had taken out the corresponding knowledge, and some had participated in the creation. Just the creation of this divine pattern magic circle was almost impossible to create a second one, because there were too many materials that could not be duplicated. Not to mention that the corresponding knowledge was in the hands of different ancient gods. Unless the ancient gods worked together and found the corresponding materials, it would never be possible to create a second divine pattern magic circle. The spatial energy ball became larger and more unstable. The spatial barrier of the great world of God was also shaking. In the insectoid world, a 20-meter-tall beetle covered in pure white armor was lying on the ground. This was a spatial giant beetle, a level 5 space-type insectoid. The two slender feelers on the head of the space gigantic beetle suddenly began to vibrate faster. The space gigantic beetle that was resting suddenly opened its eyes. The spatial giant beetle was puzzled at first, but its sensitivity to space allowed it to quickly discover the spatial energy explosion in the distance. If it were any other race, upon discovering the spatial energy explosion in an unknown world, they would not connect. Instead, they would first investigate the situation of the unknown world. However, the insectoids were special. They did not care about war or death. In the insectoids' philosophy, only insectoids could attack others. How could others attack insectoids? Just the sheer number of insectoids was enough to destroy all enemies. The spatial giant beetle's reaction was a normal reaction of the insectoids. It activated the spatial energy in its body and took the initiative to connect with the berserk spatial energy in the distant unknown world. Without the spatial giant beetle's participation, the berserk spatial energy in the great world of God will have broken the spatial barrier and connected to any random world. This world could be very weak or could be very strong. However, with the spatial giant beetle's participation, everything was different. After the spatial giant beetle had a trace of connection with the berserk spatial energy in the unknown world, it activated an innate pattern in its soul space. A white pattern appeared in front of the spatial giant beetle. This pattern was a coordinate that allowed the berserk spatial energy to find a direction. The two rank 5 knight used their energy avatars to drive the starry sky flying ship at full speed towards the berserk spatial energy area. Their main bodies could not leave the Guardian planet. Their main mission was to protect the first barrier between the War Star and the great world of God. The starry sky flying ship accelerated to full speed without caring about the cost. As for the maintenance of the starry sky flying ship afterwards, the two rank 5 knight didn't even care about it. A journey of 1.5 days was completed by the starry sky flying ship in just one day. When they saw the star field where the spatial energy cluster was located, the 5th rank Temple Knight Dexter and the 5th rank Temple Knight Nelson stared blankly. They remembered that there was a planet here, but there was no planet here. There was only a huge spatial energy cluster. This spatial energy cluster was rubbing against space, causing a terrifying explosion. The 2 rank 5 knight Nelson could not even go forward to stop it. If they even got close, they might be sucked in by the spatial energy cluster. Report it immediately. Dexter's energy clone, a level 5 Holy Temple Knight, said in a deep voice. On the Guardian planet, the 2 level 5 Knight of the Temple had already taken out a communication array and contacted Chairman Gould. The affairs of the Guardian planet belonged directly to the Supreme Council, and the affairs of the Supreme Council were usually organized by the chairman. Dexter Temple Knight, did something happen to the Guardian planet? Chairman Gould hurriedly asked when he received Dexter's contact request from the level 5 Holy Temple Knight. The Guardian planet was extremely important. It was the gateway to the great world of God. Chairman Gould had just become the chairman of the Supreme Council and was preparing to show his abilities. Dexter's contact request from the level 5 Holy Temple Knight made him a little nervous and excited. Chairman Gould did not want anything to happen, but he also wanted to do something important. Chairman Gould, the Guardian planet is fine, but there is a spatial energy riot in the chaotic star field. It is very likely that it will cause a hole in the spatial barrier of the great world of God. Dexter's level 5 Holy Temple Knight reported truthfully. What? Chairman Gould was shocked. Spatial energy riots were extremely rare, but there were records of them in the books that had been recorded. Every time there was a spatial energy riot, the space would shake if it was light, and a spatial crack would appear if it was heavy. For the spatial creatures that wandered in the outer space, any spatial crack could become their food. When that happened, the great world of God would have to face the powerful and terrifying spatial creatures. This was the best outcome. The spatial energy riot could even create a spatial passage that connected two different worlds. Our energy avatars are already at the scene. I can share what happened there with you. Dexter's Level 5 Holy Temple Knight said as he operated. Dexter's Level 5 Holy Temple Knight used his energy avatar to receive the scene that the energy avatar saw through his main body. He then transmitted it to the communication array so that Chairman Gould could see the situation of the spatial energy cluster from afar. When Chairman Gould saw the massive spatial energy cluster, he felt helpless. Such a large spatial energy cluster could not be destroyed by humans. Just as Chairman Gould was feeling horrified, the shared image suddenly changed, and the spatial energy cluster turned into a spatial door. This spatial door was circular in shape and had a diameter of 20 meters. Seal the spatial door immediately. The Supreme Council will support you as soon as possible. Chairman Gould ordered loudly. Such a large spatial door was enough to allow any creature that was less than 20 meters to enter. Chairman Gould had to know what was on the other side, what kind of creatures there were, and whether they were hostile. However, Chairman Gould was slightly relieved that the energy avatars of the two Level 5 Holy Temple Knights could at least seal the spatial door. In the Zerg world, a spatial door with a diameter of 20 meters appeared in front of the space giant beetle. It could even see the dark space of the other world through the spatial door. The reason why the spatial door of the great world of God was directly connected to the Zerg world and formed a relatively solid spatial door was the natural ability of the Level 5 Zerg, the space giant beetle. The space giant beetle did not know where the world on the other side was, so it let out an insect cry into the distance. Not long after, a group of iron-winged bat bugs flew over from afar. There were 100 of them, and they were extremely afraid of the space gigantic beetle. However, they had no choice but to follow the orders of the space gigantic beetle. The space giant beetle gave the order, and the group of iron-winged bat bugs flew towards the spatial door. The iron-winged bat bugs were only Level 2, but they were flying Zergs. They had a huge advantage in speed and were one of the best scouting Zergs. The space giant beetle placed a space observation eye on the iron-winged bat bug, and the iron-winged bat bug flew into the space door. Zergs! The Dexter Level 5 Holy Temple Knight immediately let out a cry of surprise when he saw the iron-winged bat bugs. The Nelson Level 5 Holy Temple Knight was faster than the Dexter Level 5 Holy Temple Knight. His energy avatar flashed and rushed into the group of iron-winged bat bugs. In 2 breaths of time, hundreds of iron-winged bat bugs were killed. However, the Nelson Level 5 Holy Temple Knight was not happy at all. He saw the space observation eye on one of the iron-winged bat bugs. At this moment, the Nelson Level 5 Holy Temple Knight and the Dexter Level 5 Holy Temple Knight both understood the world on the other side of the spatial door. It was the world they didn't want to go to the most. On the other side of the spatial door, the space giant beetle saw the energy avatars of the 2 Level 5 Holy Temple Knight through its space observation eye. It also understood what world it was on the other side. The space giant beetle happily sent out ripples to spread its discovery to the Queen Mother in the distance. At the same time, it also sent out orders to the Zergs in the area it controlled. Countless Zergs of Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, and Level 4 appeared and madly rushed towards the spatial door. This group of Zergs seemed to be endless. With the supply of war gods, the number of Zergs in the Zerg world was beyond imagination. Now, they finally had a use. Under the command of the space giant beetle, these Zergs all madly rushed towards the new world. The space giant beetle didn't want to wait. It knew the importance of this spatial door. It also knew that once the great world of God reacted and sent out a large amount of forces to seal the spatial door, it would be very difficult for the Zergs to enter the great world of God again. Therefore, without the Queen Mother's command, the space giant beetle could only mobilize the Zergs in its territory and try to occupy the spatial door. Chapter 923. Dexter and Nelson saw more insectoids pouring out of the space gate. This time, there were so many insectoids that it seemed like there was no end to them. The energy clones of the two fifth-level knight shuttled through the insectoid swarm. No matter what rank the insectoids were, they were all killed in an instant. The energy clones held a long sword formed from rank 5 bloodline power. It was the energy clone's weapon. When the tough insectoid shells met the rank 5 bloodline power longsword, it was as easy as a hot knife cutting through butter. There was no distinction between the sky and the ground in space. Energy clones did not have a physical body, so they had a huge advantage in space battles. The insectoids were also adapted to space battles. This was influenced by the genetic inheritance of the insectoid race. Even if many insectoids had never entered space in their entire lives, they would automatically gain the innate ability to fight in space as long as they were in space. If it wasn't for the huge difference in strength between the two sides, the battle definitely wouldn't have turned into a massacre. Time passed little by little, and the battle continued. The insectoids pouring out of the space gate never stopped. Even if they were killed as soon as they left the space gate, the insectoids did not stop. The orders of the space beetle were carried out faithfully by all the insectoids in its territory. Whether it was death or destruction, the insectoids would bravely advance. The insectoids' terrifying discipline was displayed incisively and vividly at this moment. Even if they were weaker, they would make up for it with their huge numbers. The green blood of the insectoids floated in space. Corpse fragments could be seen everywhere. Two human silhouettes kept shuttling through these fragments, but it was clear that the energy clones of the two fifth-level knight were more transparent than before. "Dexter, this can't go on." The fifth-level knight Nelson said to the Dexter Temple Knight in a deep voice as he sensed the consumption of the energy clone's bloodline power. The energy doppelganger was indeed very strong. Its terrifying speed allowed the energy doppelganger to kill the Zergs before they could even react, especially since there were no rank 5 insectoids among these insectoids. The energy clones of the fifth-level knight were invincible existences. However, the weakness of the energy clones was also very obvious. No matter how powerful the energy clones were, the energy in their bodies would decrease with each use. In a situation where the Zergs were almost endless, the number of Zergs killed by the energy clones seemed insignificant. The most terrifying thing was that these insectoids were not afraid of death at all. No matter how many of their kind were killed, it would only make them even crazier. "We can't defend anymore. Let's report to Chairman Gould." Dexter, a level 5 Holy Temple Knight, said helplessly. In such a battle, the insectoids were not afraid of death, but they were not. Once their energy clones were destroyed, they would not even have the means to investigate. Even if the energy clones of these two Temple Knights of the 5th rank died here, it wouldn't have any effect on this battle. On the guardian planet of Dexter, the Knight's main body reported the situation of the spatial gate to Chairman Gould, while the two energy clones quickly retreated from the battlefield. Looking at the increasing number of Zergs near the spatial gate, as well as the arrogance of the Zergs, the Knight of the 5th rank Narsen really wanted to go back and kill them again. However, sensing that there was not much energy left in the body of the energy clones, he could only observe from afar. In the circular conference hall of the Shining Star Supreme Council, Chairman Gould used his authority to convene the first plenary meeting since he became chairman. Of course, such a meeting did not require the lords to be present. Instead, the Lord-level communication portal was used to conduct the meeting remotely. Chairman Gould was seated on the platform in the center, and the projections of the Lords were constantly appearing on the surrounding platforms. David's main body did not leave the training space. After receiving the message from Chairman Gould, he simply activated the Lord-level communication portal through his energy clones and used the projection of his energy clones to participate in the Supreme Council. When his projection appeared on the platform belonging to the Luce family in the circular conference hall, he saw the sullen expression on Chairman Gould's face and couldn't help but be shocked. Something major had happened. After all, Chairman Gould had been riding the crest of a wave of success recently. Everyone, 2 hours ago, I received a report from the Guardian planet that a spatial gate has appeared in the chaotic star field. It's a spatial gate that's connected to the Zergs. A large number of Zergs have already entered the chaotic star field through the spatial gate. Chairman Gould announced in a deep voice. All the lords were stunned. This was an invasion of the Zergs. How could such a situation suddenly occur? Before convening the Supreme Council, I've already reported to the shrines and sent all the Sky Knights of the Supreme Council there. However, this is far from enough, so I've applied for the use of a war order. Chairman Gould said in a deep voice. The war order was a special administrative order used in times of crisis. The nobles had to send the corresponding combat power according to their own strength. When necessary, the Supreme Council could forcibly conscript them. Of course, there was a huge problem with such a war order. If it weren't for the fact that they had encountered such a huge problem, Chairman Gould definitely wouldn't have applied for it. Is there a need for a war order? Some of the lords had already asked. It wasn't just one lord who asked that question. More lords were voicing their doubts. Once the war order was issued, all the top nobles would have to send a level 5 sanctuary knight to participate in the war. However, the problem was that many top nobles only had one level 5 sanctuary knight, which was the lord. If the lord were to participate in the war and die in battle, the top nobles would lose their level 5 sanctuary knight and enter a period of decline. There were also some top nobles who didn't even have a level 5 sanctuary knight and only had a level 5 sanctuary knight. However, those level 5 sanctuary knights couldn't be sent out. After the war order was issued, if the nobles didn't respond, the Supreme Council would directly deprive them of all their rights and titles. The top nobles were no exception. From this, it was easy to understand why many lords doubted the issuance of the war order. It was because it concerned the survival of many top nobles. Chairman Gould felt bitter in his heart. He didn't want to do this either. After all, the 4 top nobles left behind by his 4 dead companions also didn't have a level 5 sanctuary knight. After he applied for the war order, he still had to consider how these 4 top nobles could get through this difficult time. He couldn't just sit back and watch these 4 top nobles' titles be taken away. This is the message sent by the Dexter Sanctuary Knight and the Nelson Sanctuary Knight. The 2 of them tried to repel the Zergs, but failed and are now monitoring the situation of the portal. Chairman Gould opened a message that showed the scene of the portal. When the lords saw the portal with a diameter of 20 meters, none of them objected. The lords all knew about the Zergs. If a smaller portal could stop the huge level 5 Zergs from entering, then the portal wouldn't be so dangerous. Now, let's vote on whether to issue the war order. Chairman Gould seized the opportunity and said, there was no time to waste. With every second, more Zergs would pass through the portal. Agree, agree, agree. One by one, the lords raised their hands and expressed their opinions. David naturally had no objections. It was impossible for him to disagree with Chairman Gould's request. Very well, thank you for your support. More than half of the lords have agreed to the war order. I hereby announce the commencement of the war order. Chairman Gould didn't wait for all the lords to vote. He only waited for more than half of them to vote before he immediately announced. This couldn't be helped. Although the top nobles also understood the danger of the portal, it was normal for some lords to delay because they didn't want to participate in the war. You have 6 hours to gather the level 5 Sanctuary Knight and gather on Tula. Chairman Gould announced in a deep voice. Lord Arthur, please wait. After the short meeting, Chairman Gould stopped David, who was about to disconnect. David stopped. He found that he wasn't the only one who was left behind. There were 4 other lords, but these 4 lords were only level 4 Sky Knight. He glanced at their coat of arms. It turned out that they were the families of Chairman Gould's 4 close friends. "Chairman Gould, what's the matter?" David had a guess in his heart and asked. "Lord Arthur, the families of these 4 old friends of mine don't have any level 5 knights. Once the war order is issued, if their families don't send out level 5 knights, their noble coat of arms will be taken back. So, I want to ask you to help them send out level 5 temple knights." Chairman Gould said this with a conflicted expression. If it wasn't for his dead friends, he wouldn't have made such a request. Although David had 4 level 5 temple knights, lending out these 4 level 5 knights meant that David had to personally participate in the war. Once the war order was issued, this war would not be easy. Death was very likely. David sighed in his heart. His guess was right. He also understood the horror of not being able to carry out the war order after it was issued. This was a war related to the survival of the great world of God. Anyone who couldn't follow the order would be ruthlessly crushed. In front of the safety of the great world of God, even the top nobles were insignificant. Although there was only one portal, and there weren't any level 5 Zergs around the portal, everyone knew that this was just a calm before the war. Due to the sudden appearance of the portal, whether it was the great world of God or the Zerg world, they were all preparing for war. A portal with a diameter of 20 meters meant that the war would reach level 5. Any level 5 powerhouse could fall. "Chairman Gould, I'll send 4 level 5 temple knights to respond to the war order." David didn't refuse. This wasn't because it was Chairman Gould who had made the request. Instead, David felt that he owed these 4 top nobles. The corpses of these 4 top nobles had been transformed by him into his own clones, which had brought him great benefits for a long time. When these 4 top nobles were facing a crisis, David naturally had to step forward if he had the ability. "Thank you, Lord Arthur." When the 4 clan lords heard David's words, their faces lit up. They then bowed heavily, performing a noble salute to express their gratitude. With Lord Arthur's 4 level 5 temple knights, these 4 top nobles could safely pass through the war order this time. "Lord Arthur, I'll wait for you on Tula." According to the latest news, the shrines have also sent a large number of priests and priests. They will cooperate with us in the war. Chairman Gould said to David. "Chairman Gould, I may not be able to go personally, but I'll send another level 5 temple knight." David said, a little embarrassed. He was now in a period of rapid growth. He could clearly feel the increase in his strength every day. How could he participate in the war at this time? Besides, the soul energy of the Zerg was not very useful to him. David couldn't obtain a large number of Zerg souls without using special methods to kill large numbers of Zerg. The benefits he could obtain from this war, whether it was the increase in soul energy or the increase in his reputation, were not as important as his training in the training space. Now, the illusion automatically operated in his soul space every day, providing him with a considerable amount of soul energy. "You mean you have another level 5 temple knight under you?" Chairman Gould was really surprised and asked in disbelief. "Yes, 5 level 5 knights will arrive on Tula within an hour," David said with a smile. David was also preparing to announce his level 5 temple knight bit by bit, so that the identity of the 13 level 5 knights would be accepted by the great world of God. Therefore, it wasn't a big deal to expose another level 5 temple knight this time. The noble affairs offices scattered across the great world of God conveyed the war order of the Supreme Council to the nobles under their rule. This was the first war order in nearly 100 years. Many of the older nobles couldn't remember the last war order, but none of the nobles dared to underestimate it. In Bama City, a law enforcement knight was riding a war horse, waving a red flag in his hand. When he passed by the door of a noble's house, the red flag was thrown out and deeply embedded into the ground. Then, the law enforcement knight took out another red flag from his space item and quickly went to another noble's house. There were many law enforcement knights like this, and all the law enforcement knights in Bama City were mobilized. Regardless of whether the nobles were weak or strong, all the nobles had to send out the corresponding combat power according to their titles. The great world of God gave the nobles special privileges and resources according to their titles. This was the time when the nobles were needed. There were many nobles in Bama City. So, in the western part of Bama City, almost every building had a red flag in front of it. The red flag represented a war order, which didn't need any explanation. There was corresponding knowledge in the noble's inheritance. Every noble who saw the red flag silently organized their night equipment. A few nobles who only cared about enjoying themselves fell into a great panic. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.